We're seeing all you guys. So as you are in this room today, who's ever spoken on stage before? Quick show of hands. So you know about the energy exchange that happens, right? When you're speaking on stage and you can feel whether the audience is getting it or not. So in this virtual environment, when you guys have your video on, it actually helps coach to speak better, speak in a way that is landing with you. And if it's not landing, he's going to have a better understanding of that. So highly encourage you guys to keep your cameras on throughout the duration of this. So I'm going to bring Coach on in just one moment. Just going to go through a couple things to make sure we have a great time over these next 2 days. So if we get the slides, please. Quick introduction to the team. We have a pretty big team here supporting you guys today. These are just some of the team here. My name is Caleb Fowler. I, alongside my partner in crime and life, Natalia Diane, support coach with our team and putting these events on. Give it up for Natalia in the chat. If you've ever had the pleasure of interacting with Natalia, see some love in the chat for her. She may actually come up tomorrow. And support you guys a little bit. There we go. There we go, Lisa. There we go, Julie. Perfect. And then we have some great people supporting you guys today. We got Rally as our tech host. So he's the one controlling the wah, 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 wah. Making sure you guys have a great time. And then we have Miss Laura Carter, our project manager, excuse me. She's going to be in the chat supporting you guys. And we just have a great team supporting you guys. So wanted you to know that. Now, who's had the pleasure of interacting with one of these lovely people? Drop some love in the chat if you've had a coaching call. And name your coach. Who was your coach? Drop in the chat. Jerica says, go Susan. Susan. Ty. Susan. Nice. Awesome. So actually what I'd like to do here is is anyone brave enough to just share one word of what you got out of your coaching call? Anybody brave enough to just raise your digital hand? We'll pull you up for just a second to share what you got from your coaching call. Just need one or two people who are brave enough to share if they had a breakthrough or some type of experience during their coaching call. I know we got one or two in here that are brave enough to share. Julie, let's pull up Julie Kuhn. Way to go, Julie. Y'all give it up for Julie. All right, Julie. So who was your coach?
Ty is my coach.
Ty, awesome. So what did you get from your coaching session?
Courage and endurance.
Courage. What landed for you as it relates to courage and taking courage on what's next?
To be brave enough to listen to Mr. Burt and to know that he is going to guide us, and we have to stay within the time frame, be strong enough to do what he expects us to do.
Nice. Come on. Well, and expectation, thank you so much, Julie. Y'all give it up for Julie. Expectation, that's a strong word. Ultimately what it is coach is really a coach. And what he does, what I mean by that is, it's kind of redundant, but what I mean by that is he identifies missing structures within your business as it relates to your goal. So if you say, this is what I'm trying to do, he's going to say, okay, do you have these structures in place? And if you don't have these structures in place, that's where he's going to support you best. And so I think it's less about an expectation of you doing something and more about him connecting you with, what are you trying to do? What is it that you are moving towards? What do you want to achieve in this next phase, in whatever is next? And then from there, identifying those missing structures and helping you fill those. So well done, Julie. One more. Do we have one more breakthrough on a coaching call that somebody would like to share? I know it's early. I know it's early. You guys are doing great already. Who do we got? All right. All right. Susan says, who's remarkably bold today? That's all right. Okay, Brant. Let's go with Brant. Well done, Brant. Y'all give it up for Brant.
Hey, good morning, everyone from St. Paul, Minnesota. For me, after
Awesome.
talking with Ty, it's not just courage, but clarity that I've already got the courage. I just have to
Nice.
put some traction behind it.
Come on. Come on.
Excited.
Clarity. That's huge. Guys, who came here for this event to get clarity? Anybody? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Because when you have clarity of what you're moving into, of what your primary skill is, of what the problem that you're trying to solve for the market is in a bigger and better way, getting that clarity is everything. From there, it's just about the strategy and the execution, right? So well done, Brant. So awesome. All right, guys. So here's the deal. We have actually opened up just a few more spots for coaching calls for those who have not received yet a coaching call. So we've opened up a few more spots for today for you to actually get one-to-one guidance and one-to-one support as it relates to your specific scenario. Coach is going to be talking strategy in a one-to-many capacity, right? To all of you. This is your opportunity, this coaching call, to get one-to-one support so that they can help you get the most results out of this event. Who came here today for results? Let me see results in the chat if that is you. All right. So a couple things before we bring Coach in. Thank you, Dominic. You guys came here to play. All right. So if we get the slides real quick, Steve. So number one, first and foremost, is we're obviously here in a virtual environment. We have the chat. All we ask is that you guys be nice in the chat. No, no being rude to others. We do reserve the right to remove you if necessary. So we have a zero tolerance on rudeness, on promotion, on spam, or anything like that. We just want to make sure that we have the best experience here, that everyone benefits from the strategies that Coach is going to share. Muting and unmuting. So there's going to be, as by default, you guys are all muted right now. There's going to be some opportunity for some pitch and catch with Coach, for some Q&A, for sharing breakthroughs. And so just like we've just now done here, we'll pull you up and then we'll ask you to unmute yourself. And then after that, after you're finished, you'll go back onto mute. We already talked about this one, video on. That's going to help you guys get the best results out of this event. Side-by-side speaker view is going to be the best way to watch this event. Q&A, there will be Q&A opportunity. Now, all we ask here is that you keep it brief. Get to the question if there is one, so that Coach can bring maximum value, and we can help as many people as possible with this. Lastly, we've got workbook exercises. So who's got their workbook on them? Hold up your workbooks if you got them. Nice. Julie, Johnny, Dominic. Awesome. So if you guys did not get a workbook in the mail yet, then what you want to do is download the workbook from the event dashboard, which is how you access this event. Right below the video of Coach, there's a few different buttons there, and one of them says grab the workbook. So you'll want to definitely have that workbook as we're working through this event, because it's very integral to getting the results that you came here to get. And so there will be periodic exercises where we take 5 or 10 minutes to actually work through some of those questions. And if you want to get the results, this is in your hands. If you want to get the results that you came here for to this event for, then you're going to want to lean in to those exercises. It's not a time, we will have time for bio breaks and things like that. These exercises are really, really important as it relates to the results that you're looking for. All right. Are you guys good with those? Say good in the chat if you're good with those. Just some comment agreements. All right. With that, we are going to bring up Thank you, Lisa, Jerica, Dominic, Nick, Andy, Brant, Stephen. No workbook, Stephen says. We just dropped the link in the chat there for you, Stephen. It's also on the dashboard. Okay, awesome. So guys, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the man of the hour. Now, Natalia and I, we've been working with Coach here for 2 years, about 2 years. And he's probably our favorite client. He's had a really big impact actually on my life. A lot of concepts that he teaches around Pray Drive and have really made an impact on me in times that you know, we're trying to make pivots in the business, or we're trying to go to the next level. We're not sure exactly what that looks like or how to strategize that. Man, we get on a call with Coach, and he's just got this knack for identifying, okay, what's missing and how do we remedy that. So I highly encourage you guys, any Q&A opportunity that's available during this event, to really engage in asking those questions. And if you're VIP, any VIPs in the house, let me see hands for the VIPs. You guys are going to have a full hour after each day of this event to just dive into Q&A with Coach and ask him all of your questions. So can you guys still hear me? I see someone lost volume. Can y'all still hear me? Good. Okay, awesome. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, you can also do that on the dashboard where you came into this event from. Just scroll to the bottom and you'll see a link to upgrade to VIP. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Coach Michael Burt. We're going to play a video and then he will be up.
What if I could activate the Pray Drive in you and find the primary activator of the instinct to see something with the eyes or in the mind and have the persistence and intensity to pursue it? You see, nothing happens until your Pray Drive is activated. Pray Drive is the instinctual ability to see something and have the guts to pursue it. Until this is activated, it doesn't matter how you explain your services. It doesn't matter how you work a selling system. It doesn't matter how you follow up. The number one fight we're in America is against complacency, which is a gradual settling to a place of mediocrity. Join me for a boot camp called Flip the Switch. Allow me to find your primary activator. Imagine having America's coach activating the drive in you. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Coach Michael Burt. It's good to see everybody. I can see everybody's faces this morning. And as I get started this morning, I want to make a few statements to you because in life we have two options. We can stay where we are, and we can live where we are and be satisfied with the results that we have. And I like to say satisfied needs never motivate, only unsatisfied needs. Or we can make a decision, which means to kill something off to go to another level, to find what's next for us. And I wrote in my notes that we can live with a low-grade fever for a long time, guys. We can live with a low-grade fever for a long time before we make a decision to play at the next level, no matter what level you were at. I remember speaking at an event in Nashville, Tennessee. I didn't realize two of the top people in the company were sitting in the front row. I spoke for 20 minutes. As soon as I was finished, these guys jumped up and ran out there and said, "You're my new coach." Say, "Coach, I'm making $300,000 a month. That's $3.6 million a year personally. And I have hit a ceiling of complexity. I have lost my Pray Drive. I am ready to go to another level. And with 20 minutes with you, I'm like, you're my guy." So I ended up coaching both of those guys, reactivated the Pray Drive. They were already making $300,000 a month, $3.6 million a year, but they knew there was a next level for them. They knew they needed somebody to bridge the gap between where they were and where they needed to go. So what we're going to be talking about, what's next, is not just financial, because some of you are earning big incomes. Some of you are playing at a high level, but you know, just like I know, that there is a much higher level for you. And it could be repositioning. I suspect that some of you over the next 2 days are going to want to reposition your business, reposition your life. And I am constantly doing this with the exercises that we put together for this, is I am always repositioning my life and repositioning my business to play at a higher frequency. And sometimes you may say it's working, but it could work better. It's working, but I've reached a ceiling of complexity. Potentially you become a little bit complacent. Potentially you need a coach in your life to help you find another gear. So I want you to understand what's next is about total quality of your life, where you want to go, moving you from A to B, and doing it in a way that's highly profitable and highly enjoyable. Okay? Because I coach people today that earn high incomes, but the business is draining their life, not serving their life. They feel tremendous amounts of obligation in their life. They have reached high levels of burnout. And so the business is actually not serving the life. It's actually driving the life. And because of that, they come to me and they say, man, what's next for me is I am looking to do this. I am looking to do this. So this is one of my favorite subjects, coaching people in how to get clear, coaching people in how to have the courage to take an action to get to the next level. So I want you to type in the chat box right here today. Are you here to reposition your business? Are you here to get clarity over your next move? And I'm going to pull a few people up in just a second. Are you here because, man, you're playing at a high frequency, but you know there's another gear for you, just like those two gentlemen that walked up, that ran out the front door and said, man, you're my new coach. And those guys have been coached by some of the best people in the world, by the way. Actually, I got a guy last week from Ed Mylett who was in Ed Mylett's private mastermind. And he called me on the phone and he said, man, I'm being coached. It's an incredible mastermind. I'm thinking bigger. He's helping me think bigger. But I'm sitting at a table at Ed Mylett's mastermind. And I said, I want to package my intellectual property to play at another level. And everybody at the table said, you need to go to Coach Burt. He come and spent one day with me. And he said, I've spent over $350,000 in the last year in personal development. And he said, this one day with you is the most valuable thing I've done in the last 2.5 years. It's tangible, it's practical, it's pragmatic, right? He said, now I have total clarity over exactly what I need to do to reposition and get to the next frequency. And that gives me a sense of purpose, helping people like that. So here's what I'm seeing, Caleb. I'm seeing clarity on the next move. I'm seeing reposition. I love the word reposition because some of you are working and it's working, but man, a slight, right? A good plastic surgeon never makes more than 2.2 millimeters of change. They never make more than 7 changes. Slight readjustments to life and to the business. So clarity, purpose, drive. I'm looking for consistent persistence. I like that, John McAllister. I know John. Andy Asbury, it's good to see you again. Reposition the business. We're going to get into all these things today, guys. We're going to get into all these things over the next 2 days. And I suspect that these 2 days are going to do really one thing for you. They're going to open your mind. They're going to open your mind. Could I be real successful but have lost my prey drive? How many of you that's happened to you before? You've been real successful, but somewhere along the way you lost the prey drive, which is the instinct to pursue. Some of you have built a business, and I remember a guy telling me, Coach, you're going to do all the things you write about in your books. You're going to wake up one day and you're going to hate your business. Here's what I said. I'll never hate my business. I love coaching people. I was put on earth to coach people. And then I woke up one day, Nick Carver, and I said, man, I hate this business. And it wasn't that I hated the business. It wasn't that I hated the people. I hated the structure of the business. You see, at that point, the business couldn't get me to the level that I wanted to get to. And I hated the structure. So I began to restructure and reposition the business, which was part of my what's next plan. So when you think about this, maybe you're here because you lost your prey drive, which is your instinct to pursue. That's from my best-selling book, Flip the Switch. Maybe you're here because you know there's another gear, like I did at 31 years old when I retired from career number 1 to pursue a bigger future and building this multi-million-dollar speaking, coaching, and training business. We're now into commercial real estate, retreat sites around the country, licensing, publishing, all kinds of really cool things that I would have never imagined at 31 years old when I first started the business. But I knew that I was a level 10 player and I was potentially stuck in a level 4 vehicle. I want you to remember that saying. I'm on the phone this morning on the way into the lodge, and a gentleman says, I'm a corporate trainer. I'm coaching people. It's going great. And I said, man, there's only so much money they can give you. There's only so much money that one company can give you to coach their people. He said, I really want to do what you do, coach. And I said, my first 4 contracts in this business were 120,000, 144,000, 150,000, and 250,000. That was my first 4 contracts when I started this business. And I said, this is how I got this business to, in the first 2 years, to $500,000 of revenue right out of the gates, because I was signing big contracts. I can show you how to do this, because there's only so much money that one company can give you. But what if I told you, David Owers, that I actually poorly structured those contracts? What if I told you that one of those contracts, I help a bank produce $20 million more of revenue for the bank? And many years later, I asked the CEO, how much money did you make off what I taught your people? And he said, at least 20 million of revenue. And I said, you paid me 150 grand? He said, yeah, we got you cheap back in those days, coach. See, if I had to do that deal today and I had the proper coaching, I would have restructured that deal to get a percentage of the increase versus just a set payment. See, I didn't know that when I started the business until I went down the road and I go, okay, what if I did some venture coaching? Not venture capital, venture coaching, and added my skill set to their equation, helped them produce a $20 million increase. And even if I got $1 million of it or $5 million of it, it would still be a win for them. See, this was how I felt 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. And I'm like, man, I know there's a bigger play for me. What's next? Okay. So what I'd like to do right here is I would like to, Caleb, is it okay if I bring just a few people up who talked about their coaching experience and what they personally want to get out of this? For some reason, I'm leaning toward Nick Carver. There must have some good mojo. Nick must have some good mojo today. So Nick, out of all these people, I'm looking at you. So let's bring Nick Carver up. If you did a pre-event coaching call, Nick, tell me why you're here, because you seem like a new gentleman that I haven't seen. So tell me why you're here and what you want to get out of this over the next 2 days.
Basically, I appreciate it, Coach Michael Burt. Basically, I'm here to look for clarity on my next steps. So I own a swimming pool company here in Panama City Beach, Florida. I've been doing it for 6 years. We've had some successes, but this past year's, been kind of a challenge. I'm looking to make my bottom line number a lot healthier, my net profit. We've been struggling with that, but also too, I'm kind of feeling a level of burnout. So I don't know if I should be stuck here. I'm originally from Tennessee, from your neck of the woods, Murfreesboro. And my wife and I, we've also, ASP is a franchise, a swimming pool franchise. And we've invested into opening another ASP franchise up there in the next couple of years. So I'm scared of letting this one go to go to the next thing until this one's right. And I'm just trying to get clarity on how I need to do that.
Okay, good. Well, you're here and you're down in Panama City, and I have a house in Watercolor, Florida. So I'm down there. I'm trying to live in Watercolor 90 days out of the year. So listen, you're in a high demand business and not a lot of people who are really great in that business. So I actually think that's a business you can dominate, but it is heavy service. It is a heavy service business, right? Now, when you think about this, one of the things I look at when I'm looking at a business is I'm looking at the vehicle that you're in. And I ask myself, is the vehicle scalable? Is it going to have a high burnout rate? Is it got a high service rate? And I'm looking at that. And he may say, okay, I've been doing this 10 years and I've got some burnout, but I know there's a bigger play for me. What if I told you, everybody on this call, that what I'm really paying you for is your past? Your past helps me to build my future. Your past experiences, your past breakdowns, your past education, your past helps me to build my future. Part of every person's next move is leveraging that past into a more scalable or profitable play, right? Like I was a high school basketball coach. I, like Nick, was burned out. I was working 80 hours a week every week for 13 years. I used to work 8 hours a day on Sunday. I kept feeling my conscience say, you should be playing on a bigger level. Okay. I was burned out. I was exhausted. I was looking for my next move. I leveraged the past to build a bigger future. So if you're here today and you burnout is loss of all joy or passion for something. sometimes a small tweak, a reposition, sometimes this, right? But sometimes the B goal needs to be bigger. And we're burned out because our goals are just not big enough. It's like we got small goals. They don't get us excited. So I think after 2 days with me, Nick's going to have a clarity over what his B really is and how he's unique qualified. All right, let's take one more. And if I walk over toward the screens, I'm walking over to see everybody here because I can see Justin Melton. Why don't you come up here? Justin's been following me for a little bit. If you've done a pre-event coaching call, what are you looking to get out of this, Justin?
I am looking for clarity as far as what my unique talents are.
Good.
And how to utilize those to help my clients and grow my business.
Nice. And you like the business you're in right now?
Depends on what day. Actually, I just started my own. I've done insurance for a long time, but I just started my own group health benefits agency about 4 months ago. So I'm starting from scratch, but it's a grind, but it's going to be worth it.
Okay. Now, let me ask the question. How many of you had a class in finding your unique skill sets in school? Anybody? Okay. Now, what if I told you what I'm really paying you for is your skill set? I want you thinking Navy SEAL skill set. Locating your primary skill is something we're going to cover over the next 2 days, because at the end of the day, the people who earn the most income have the strongest skills. What I'm really paying you for is your skill set. You are uniquely qualified to solve a major problem for me. Money changes hands when problems are solved. The bigger the problem, the more money people pay to solve that problem. And you'll see how I had a revelation at 25 years old when I wrote my first book, Russell Kirk. And I went and spoke for 1 hour at Dell Computers, and they paid me more in an hour than I made in a month. Okay. And I had a big revelation. I have a skill set. That skill set can be compensated at a higher frequency. I actually had fun doing it. This could be highly enjoyable and highly profitable. And I went home that night and I said, okay, who are coaches that are speaking? Lou Holtz was the main one at the time. Mike Krzyzewski. I went home and I Googled Lou Holtz, head coach at Notre Dame. He's writing books. Down in the corner, it said speaking fee, $100,000 for 1 hour. And I go, boom, I can do this. I'm not Lou Holtz. I'm not coaching at Notre Dame, but I am a championship coach. I am winning games. I can write a book. What if I could go over here and do this? See, to me, I started figuring out what is my primary skill, which was activating the prey drive in people, reaching inside of people and pulling something out. If I called on every person on this call and said, tell me what your primary skill is. Tell me what problem that primary skill solves. Tell me who would write you the biggest check to solve that problem. And tell me who you have the most fun working with, where you feel where you're celebrated, not tolerated. How many of you have worked with somebody that paid you a lot of money, but it was miserable? Anybody ever worked with that? How many of you worked with somebody where you felt celebrated, not tolerated, and they gladly paid you the money? They didn't nickel and dime you. They didn't make you feel bad. They didn't abuse you. They didn't like they literally said, this is incredible. And you know why? Because you are actually an aspirational partner to your best clients. They need your skill set. They need your skill set to get to their B. And as long as you know what your skill set is and what problem you're solving for them, you will always have a chance to earn a lot of income. If income is what you want, you may want freedom, but many times the income buys you freedom. So we're going to have a great 2 days, guys. This is going to be fun. All I ask is, I went to an Eric Church concert one night. There's 55,000 people there. And I'll never forget what Church said at the beginning. He said, man, for the next 2, 3, 4 hours, I'm going to go as hard as I can, as long as I can, till I'm so exhausted they have to carry me out of here tonight. And all I ask is that you bring that energy back to me. I'll give you everything I got as long as you bring that energy back to me. Okay. I'm a coach. I like energy and exchange. Okay. So I'll be calling on people. I'll be bringing people up. We'll be engaging with people. And it's going to be a great 2 days, guys. It's like you're here at the lodge with me, sitting right here with me, and we're really going to get clarity. And what if I told you a byproduct of this is you're going to get courage? See, one of the things I believe is that many of you, if I gave you a pad of paper or my iPad right now and said, write down what you really want to do, I bet many of you will go, this is exactly what I want to do. What you're lacking is the courage to go do it. But you don't start with courage. See, this is a big mistake. I was telling a 27-year-old kid this morning who sells trailers for a living. I said, man, the biggest problem is you're waiting for courage to come, and it ain't coming. Courage ain't coming. Let me tell you what is going to come. You commit to something first. Then the courage comes. Then you gain a new capability. That's a new skill set. Because of the new skill set, you have a whole new confidence about you. And once you have a whole new confidence about you, you'll never worry about making this investment again in yourself. Right now, you're scared to invest in yourself, which is your most valuable asset, by the way, which is you. I said, you have internal conflict. You can't make a decision. That word decide means to kill something off to go to the next level. You want to go there, but you won't commit to it first. The courage don't come first. The commitment comes first. Okay. Now let's cover what we're going to get into over the next 2 days. This morning, we're going to get into the power of clarity. What does it mean to have total clarity of your next move? And why would you choose this thing over that thing? Okay. How many of you feel like you have a confusion right now over what your next move is? See, Nick may say, do I have a second franchise? Do I want 10 franchises? Do I even want to be in the pool business? Do I want to own the pool business and somebody else run it? Do I want to grow this? But man, I got kind of a dream over here that I really want to move toward, that I've always wanted to do. Like right now, I'm flying around the country looking at retreat sites. So I'm going to one in North Carolina in a few weeks because I have a deep passion to combine real estate and coaching. And I believe inspirational things happen in inspirational places. So every time when I do this power of clarity, I'm like, what do I want? What do I want? I want retreat sites around the country, that cash flow when I'm not there, that I fly in and do retreat sites, and my wife does the hospitality and I do the coaching. And I'm like, okay, what's the first step on that? First step is to go touch it. First step is to go see it. First step is to go see how other people are doing it. I already have one here, 8,000 square foot lodge in Tennessee. What could I do to this lodge to produce cash flow? What could I do to make it an incredible place? See, that's clarity. It's like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Greatness factories. Okay, I'm building a greatness factory in Nashville. How do I have 10 greatness factories? Or do I go over here and do this? Or do I do something for our success school for kids? Do I build a prep school for 18 to 25-year-olds? See, this is why we need clarity. How many of you have monkey mind? And you jump around from thing to thing to thing, and it's like, man, you got 150 things you want to do. I think after this session, this power of clarity, you're going to go, okay, this is exactly what I want to do. First step is clarity. Second step is eliminating confusion. Confusion is randomness in motion. Okay, to me, it's real simple. The purpose of the business is to produce customers. Those two guys that were making $300,000 a month that came to me had confusion over what they should do. They owned real estate companies. One said, should I keep my team because my team's not making any money and it's dragging all my energy and I really want to build out my downline of people. And I just ask a simple question, man, why would you keep the team if it's sucking out all your energy and it's not profitable? He's like, well, I like these people and they're good people. Folks, the skills that got us out of Egypt can't always get us to the promised land. I like a lot of people. That don't mean they need to stay along for the ride. Some people were more valuable in the past than they are in the future. How many of you would agree? Okay. And the truth is, every person I've ever let go that I liked, the day after I let them go, I felt a sense of relief because they were happier and I was happier. And it's like, why didn't I do that when I had the thought? Why didn't I do that a year ago? Because they can now go do what they're really supposed to do. I'm freeing them up. So what we want to do is we want to eliminate confusion, which is a bunch of randomness in motion. And we want to get really clear on what we call going from A to B. And that's around the new book that I have out that's coming up that we'll be talking about in this session. Now, in the afternoon, this afternoon, we're going to get into something. And I don't know when I came up with this concept, but one day I said to a very successful person, I said, man, your biggest problem is you're caught in a success trap. And they said, that's exactly right. I said, you are so good at so many things, but you haven't found the one thing you could be the best in the world at. You see, when you find the one thing that you could be the best in the world at, you are no longer a generalist. You are a specialist. And the people who earn the most income are specialists, not generalists. So some of you are doing 7 things and you're pretty good at 7 things, but you're caught in a success trap. And we're going to find that trap this afternoon. Then we're going to get into what my buddy Rob Luna calls the magic number. And I'll explain that, but that's a number that you're trying to hit that you believe will alleviate your anxieties. You believe all of your future days will be paid for. And you believe you'll be happy if you hit the number. And that's called the magic number. Then we will finish up with a couple things, primarily the primary skill and crystallizing your calling. And it was one of our students who said that in one of our previous virtual events. They said, man, what you've really helped me do is crystallize my calling. And I thought, now that is a good way of saying it. There is a difference between an occupation and a vocation. Occupations occupy our time in which we receive a paycheck for. Vocations come from the Latin term voice, or calling in life, meaning this is what I was put on this earth to do. There's a difference between a job and a mission. Okay, and we want to help you find the mission. This is what I was put on earth to do. This is my because goals. These are my big reasons for doing something. So how many of you think if we cover these things today, that'll be a good day? Feel like we'll have a good day? Feel like you get your money's worth? if you get those things out of the day, me too. Okay. Tomorrow morning, here's what we're going to be covering. Okay. One of the number one things the people in my program, with What's Next, which is our high net worth mastermind, for our Achievers Mastermind, one of the number one things they want to do is monetize their intellectual property. Okay. Now, how many of you feel like you have a method, a success method, or an intellectual capital, or a know-how that would be valuable to other people, and you feel like you would like to package that intellectual property and sell it to other people? Raise your hand so I could see your hands. How many of you feel like you got a book in you? You got a program in you? You got something in you that can help other people. Okay. This is one of the number one reasons people come to me. A few weeks ago, I spent the day with the CEO of Yesly, which is a former CEO of Essentia. Essentia sold to Nestle for $200 million. He called me, he said, and I want to speak, but I don't know how to do it. Okay. 2 weeks ago, CEO of a $30 million roofing company, who was also in Ed Milet's program, came to me, and I spent the day with him. I don't have a concept. I know how to be successful, but I want to package what I have and sell it to the market. And coach, I got a deep desire to share my message with the world. Spent a day with me. He walked out of there with 7 action items. Now he's having his own conference. He's finishing his book. I'm personally mentoring him through that. He said it's the most valuable day I've spent in a long time, because now I know exactly what to do. We're going to get into packaging and monetization of your intellectual property. Okay. I am paying for a method that you have. See, Nick is paying for somebody else's method, right? Because they franchise the concept. So he's giving them a royalty or a payment each month because they come up with the system that they're paying for. You could be doing the same thing. And so this is a really exciting thing for me. And I actually love when people package their intellectual property, because you guys could be generating millions of dollars with your intellectual property, with your know-how, with your systems. I first started doing that for coaches when I won championships, and I packaged my intellectual property into books, coaching programs, speaking engagements. Now we're into certifications, licensing, real estate plays, and that all happened just from packaging. So this is a very exciting thing. We will get into the reasons you do things, which what we call because goals. A lot of people are taught to find their why. And I actually don't believe you have to find your why to do something big in the world. I believe you need to find your skill. Then you need to find a problem that you want to solve. And through the process of finding the skill in the problem, I think your purpose finds you. Okay. It is an exchange. So I'm writing a whole book on this right now. My agent has it. It's going to the publishers as we speak, called Screw Your Why. Find your skill, find your problem, what's your purpose, find you. I think I could know my purpose and still not be motivated. How many of you feel like you know your purpose? Raise your hand if you feel like you know your purpose. Does that mean you're motivated every day? Could I know my purpose and still be demotivated? Could I know my purpose and still be broke? Could I know my purpose and still not know how to package it? Could I know my purpose and be like, okay, what do I do today, man? I know. See, I actually think it's an incomplete paradigm. I think I think there's steps 2, 3, and 4 to this equation of knowing purpose. Okay. And that's not taught. So I'm going to try to tackle that in my next book. So we like because goals versus just finding your why. Then I'm going to be making an invitation. We're going to be inviting you to join my mastermind called What's Next. And we have some of the most successful people in the world in that mastermind right now. We have restaurant owners and heating and cooling people that own heating and cooling companies. And we have real estate professionals, and we have speakers and coaches that are trying to get total clarity over their next move. And more importantly, figure out what's highly enjoyable and highly profitable. All of them are successful. They're running successful companies. They're up and going, but they're trying to figure out their next move. And some of them are on this with us over the next 2 days. And I'm going to be bringing 3 of those people up tomorrow. And one of them is a successful financial advisor. One of them is a successful real estate professional. And we're going to be bringing them up tomorrow, and they'll tell you exactly what they're learning and how clear they're getting in the What's Next program. We're going to be inviting you to join me for that, because that's where the magic happens, folks. Okay. We're also going to find out who our who's are. I'm a big Dan Sullivan guy. Anybody been through Strategic Coach on here? Okay, we got several people that have been through Coach. I'm a huge fan of Sullivan because I think the structures that he brings are incredibly powerful. I think he's an incredible thinker. And obviously, he wrote a book called Who, Not How. And you're going to figure out that getting from A to B many times is about who can help you. Who can help you? It's not how do I do it. I sat down on a beach in Florida just last week with my wife. First time I've sat for 8 hours and just sat there at the beach with my notepad and my headphones. And I wrote out exactly what I wanted to do in the next 10 years. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. And then the next page was who's going to be on my dream team? Who is going to be on my dream team? Who's my financial wizard? Who's my marketing wizard? Who's running the company? Who's handling the sales? See, this is an exercise we're going to go through with you, because many of your dream team members are in your network somewhere. Okay. We just need to identify them, and we need to sit down and say, hey, man, I need your help moving from A to B. Okay. And we need to take an action there. Okay. And then we'll finish up with 2 things. My level 10 opportunities, which are the greatest opportunities available to you. When you hear me use the word level 10 over the next 2 days, a level 10 opportunity is the greatest opportunity available to you that you are not focused on. And we'll get into why you're not focused on it, because the brain doesn't think that way. The brain wakes up and thinks, let me just keep the trains running. Let me just get through the day. Let me just do this. And then when you have moments of decompression, which is why I'm a big believer in retreating to attack or retreating to advance, is then you go, oh, this is what I really want to do. What I'm doing is not what I want to do. I really want to do this. So we need to focus on our Blue Marlin relationships and our level 10s. And then we need to figure out how to do A to B every day. The exercise I'm going to show you to build rapid daily momentum. A guy came to me just last week and he said, Coach, how are you doing what you're currently doing? And I said, small action every day, long cycle of time. Long obedience in the same direction. It ain't always sexy, can be monotonous. Every day I do the exercise A to B. Every day I map out what I want. Every day I tell my brain, this is what we're going to do. When I want something, I get in a plane, I get on the plane and I go touch it and I see it and I vision and I go, okay, this is what I want to do right here. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. And I always take my wife with me so she can be on board with it and see the same vision that I'm seeing. I want her to see the retreat centers because I want her to go, we can do this. We can do this. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Everybody ready to go? Okay. We're ready to go. All right. Good. Let's get going. How do we get clarity in our life? Okay. So we're going to divide this into 2 things. Okay. Number 1, what I need to do. And number 2, who can help me do it. So if you have a piece of paper, I want you to go to that piece of paper and I want you to do this. I want you to put an A on this side and I want you to put a B on this side. This is a book I wrote called From A to B, how to get total clarity over where you are and where you're trying to go. Over here, this is where you currently are. So put current over here. Okay. And I want you to think about everything over here that bothers you. Let's call those bothers. How many of you guys are bothered by something right now? Mark, you know when I decided to fly private everywhere, Mark? I was sitting on a Southwest plane. I spent 94 nights in a hotel room this year, away from my 3 kids, my beautiful wife, traveling around the world coaching people. And in 2017, Johnny Chandler, I made a simple decision on December 31st that year. I bought the house in watercolor and I bought a jet on the same day. That's a pretty big investments all on one day. And here's the decision I made. I want to be able to go do my job, what I love doing. I want to get home and see my kids. And the only way I can do that is if I have a jet. Can't do it commercially. Tired of sitting in airports, tired of having layovers, tired of being stuck in a hotel, tired of them canceling on me. But then I started trying to justify, okay, if I fly to California, it's going to be $30,000 or $40,000 if I fly here. So I'm going to take the jet on 1-hour trips. And then on longer trips, I'm going to fly commercial. And just to justify the expense of it. And remember, I'm justifying this, right? And I'm sitting on the back of a Southwest plane and the guy beside me opens up a thing and he starts to eat a whole thing of chicken wings. Okay. Now, folks, he's got barbecue sauce all over his face. He's got all over his hands. He's got all over the back of the Southwest seat. The whole back of the plane smells like chicken wings. And I like some chicken wings, folks. But I'm sitting in the back of that plane and I'm just sitting here going, what am I doing? Like, for God's sake, I have a private jet that I'm not flying on because I want to save a little bit of money. Can't justify doing this. So I'm sitting there and I'm going, man, I'm bothered by this. I'm bothered by this. So I started doing the exercise. And I said, over here on my B can be tangible or intangible. I could have 20 different B's. I can say, number 1, I fly private. Okay? That's one of my B's. What if I told you one of my B goals was my business? Let's just pretend we come up with a number here. What if you say you're doing 25 million a year? What if you said your passive income is greater than your living expenses? What if you said I spend 3 nights a month with my wife, just me and her? What if I said I see my kids in the morning and in the evening? What if I said I only speak or coach 3 days a week? See, what if I just kept going here? What if I said I have 5 retreat centers? What if I said I have 10 greatness factories? See, this is an ideal picture over here of where you want to go. And here's the deal. I don't care what your B is. It could be totally intangible. I'm happy. I'm happier. Your B could be I'm in the gym 5 or 6 days a week. Your B could be my business is operating on this profit margin. Your B could be this is what I want to wake up and do every single day. And if it's as close to perfect as it could be. See, the reason I purchased this lodge in 2018 is because I live 12 minutes from this lodge. See, this morning I saw my kids. I went to the gym. I got to see my kids, got to see my wife. I get to drive 12 minutes to this beautiful lodge that I own. I get to coach you. See, what I'm trying to do is build as close to a perfect vision as I can and go, if I woke up tomorrow and I'm grateful, I want you to hear my heart here. I'm 100% grateful for where I am. But there's also a bigger play for me. And the bigger play could be X, Y, or Z. And I call that your B goal. So when I'm coaching a person, I ask them, what does B mean to you? What is your B? So when I'm talking to people on the phone, I say, you're at A right now, and you're most likely bothered by something at A. See, the gentleman this morning said, I'm bothered that I'm coaching and I'm a good coach, but I'm not earning enough income, and I can only make so much money here, and I got a desire coach to do something bigger. Okay, tell me what that looks like. What does B look like to you? Man, I'm speaking, I'm writing books, I'm traveling around the world. Okay, great. You're at A and you're bothered by A. Do you ever move toward B if you don't take an action? I said, look, there's only a couple reasons you won't move to B. You don't have the knowledge, you don't have the skill, you don't have the desire, you don't have the confidence, or you don't have the relationship you need. Now, which of these are you missing? And he said, well, I don't know how to do it. That's knowledge. I think I got the skill. I don't have the relationship with somebody who could help me. Okay, good. And if you're ever helping to make a person make a decision, I want you to say, if I could help you do that, would you like my help with this? If I could help you move toward your B, would you like my help with this? See, a lot of people think about closing. Like, I got to hard close people and I got to convince them to take action and I got to push them to make a decision. Aaron Siegel would tell you, well, here's what I say. You're at A and you'd like to get to B. Now I'm going to build a bridge on exactly how I would get you from A to B. Now, I can't make you do it. I can't force you to do it. But here's what I do know from doing this for 31 years. You will still be at A 5 years from today if you don't make a decision. Can we all agree there? Yes or no? See, that's why I said in the beginning of this, you could live with a low-grade fever for a long time. You could stay where you're at if that's what you want to do. But why would you be here at what's next trying to get clear on your next move? Okay? I coach people all the time and say, man, I hate doing this. I'm selling mortgages, but I hate selling mortgages. And I'm selling real estate and it's a fickle market. And I really want to do this. I'm like, okay, what is prohibiting you from doing that? Okay? Well, I don't have the courage to do it and I'm making a pretty good income. Let's fast forward to when you're 80 years old and let's ask this question. If you don't do this, will you regret it? There's two types of regrets in the world. There's if onlys and there's if only regret. If only I would have done it, or at least I gave it a shot. Now, which one of those do you want? If only I would have tried hard. If only I would have taken an action, or at least I gave it a shot. Didn't work out the way I wanted to, but I got in the game. Okay. So I take a person to the future and I say, okay, if you don't take an action toward this, right now it's in mental creation. If you don't take an action toward this goal, will you regret it at 80 years old? And you know what they say? Yes, I would. That's called the regret minimization framework. Okay. I ask myself a simple question. If I don't go buy a retreat site that I want, if I don't build another greatness factory, man, will I regret this? And if the answer is yes, I need to move forward. Now it becomes, Julie, who can help me do this? Who can help me do this? So when you're doing this exercise, I do this every day. Every single day. I'll go, okay, I'm bothered by this. You may say my company's not doing what it's supposed to. I'm too involved in the sales cycle. I don't get enough time with my kids. The business is sucking my life. I don't have any time for my passion. Whatever you're bothered by. Okay. That night on that plane, I was bothered by those chicken wings. Okay. And it's like, hey, whatever you're bothered by, you go, this bothers me. Okay. Now here's the good news about a bother. You can convert a bother to a breakthrough. See, in my company, I don't handle any of the drama. I don't handle any of the problems. I hired one guy who loves to solve problems, who loves to handle problems. He's not afraid of conflict. He's not afraid to address conflict. He's not afraid to tell a person when they're wrong. He's not afraid to say, look, this is what we're doing. So any problem that comes to me, guess what I say? I don't handle that department. So a person says, I really want to talk to you about this because, and I think it's got some drama attached to it. Here's what I say. Man, I got a guy on my team that handles that. It ain't me. What I do is create content and I coach people and I smile a lot and have fun doing it. So if you got drama, go see him. If you got a customer service problem, go see him. If you got a problem just because you woke up in a bad mood today, go see him. He will work with you because that was one of my bothers. People call me with all their drama. People call me with all their problems. People call me. I said, look, I don't want to do this anymore. What I want to do is coach people. What I want to do is wake up in the morning, go, man, I can't wait to go coach these people today. Okay. So here's the deal. One of my B's was to hire someone who could solve the problems. One of my B's was to bring in a sales team that could hit the sales goals. One of my B's was to say, I only want to coach 3 days a week, not because I'm lazy, but because I'm at my best when I have time to rest and rejuvenate. Does everybody see that? Okay. Garth Brooks doesn't sing 365 days a year, folks. He rests, he practices, and he plays. And I go, that's one of my B's. So when you think about it, what is your B? And the reason this is important is because this activates the subconscious mind, and it starts, then you start asking, who is my who? Who can help me do these things? Okay. Who can, right? I'm in a meeting last week and a guy says to me, Coach, what I'd be doing? He said, I'd be hiring a stone cold killer to sell the Greatness Factory auditorium. He said, because you're going to make a lot of money with your theater at the Greatness Factory. So what I do last night on Facebook, hey, I'm looking for a stone cold killer who wants to sell events, offices, boom. People started reaching out to me today. See, who? In the old days, that who was me. How many of you that who is still you? You do this and you do this and you do this and you're exhausted, man. And that ain't part of the A to B exercise. So when you're thinking about A to B, I just want to really get this because people ask me all the time when I wrote the book A to B, can my B be intangible? What if one of my B's is, man, I'm happy. Nick, I'm not burned out. I'm refreshed. Me and my wife are connected because we spend 3 days a month with each other, just me and her. My kids actually like me because I spend time with them. I get to snuggle with my son in the morning and watch Bubble Guppies from 6 to 7 in the morning. I get to play with my 1-year-old daughter when I get home because I got good energy left over. I don't give them crumbs. Okay. What if I could structure my business, make millions of dollars, and do all of those things? I can tell you it's never going to happen until I'm clear in what I want. What do I want and what do I do not want? Okay. And this is how you got to think. This is exactly what I want. I want the business to do this. The business is here to serve my life, not run my life. The business is here to spit out cash tokens so that I can go pursue my bigger dreams. And I need the money from the business. Let me make this very clear. The reason the primary business needs to hit its revenue goals is because you need the profits from this to go do something. Where do you think we buy the retreat centers from? Where do you think we build the Greatness Factory with? That money came from the primary business. So if the primary business does not hit its goals, there is no leftover profit to go build a Greatness Factory. And when you start doing things that are in the millions of dollars, guys, you need a lot of money. How many of y'all figured that out, that you need a lot of money when you start doing something big? Okay. When the general contractor called me and said the plumbing in that building is going to be 300, 400,000 and the AV's 350 and the glass is this much and this is this much. I'm like, man, we need a lot of money here. This is not like something you could do with a little bit of money. Okay. So this is why your business needs a B. See, every salesperson on my team has a B goal of a minimum of $10,000 a day. 10,000 a day, 5 days a week is 50,000 a week. 50,000 a week times 4 is 200,000 a month. 200,000 a month times 12 is 2.4 million in sales per salesperson. Does everybody see that? That means they're making a minimum of 240 grand if they're hitting their goals. And each unit is producing $2.4 million. That's a goal. I say, man, if you don't want to produce $10,000 a day, one sale could produce $10,000. You got to break it down to where it's simple. Now, if you're new, let's start you with $5,000. Okay. And $5,000 is still 1.2 million a year. So when you think about it, what is your B and what is your A? Okay. So this is what? Now let's go to step 2. Step 2, we're going to do a whole session on this, is what is my primary skill? And what problem do I want to solve? Just because you can solve a problem does not mean that's the problem you are supposed to be solving. How many of you are solving a problem right now that you don't enjoy solving? Okay. Brian, I spent 4 years in the prison system. They paid me $450,000 for that assignment to go into the prison system of Tennessee and rehabilitate maximum security offenders. If you think it's hard going to work where you go to work at every day, I want to take you inside a maximum security prison. And I would walk in with my suit on and walk through the yard, and they'd say, "Hey, pretty boy." I mean, it was tough. Okay. I'm like, get me to my room that I'm supposed to be coaching as fast as you can. That was good money. 450 grand for me to go in and coach people and turn their life around. At the end of year 4, it's like, okay, what do I want to do here? Do I want to re-up? Do I want to continue doing this? Do I want to take it to other states? Because there's a fortune to be made in the prison system. There's more offenders. That we're spending double the amount on prisons in this country than on education. There's a fortune to be made in the prison system. They're privatizing prisons because they don't have enough room to put all the people. Okay, there's money to be made there. But after 4 years, I go, this ain't a problem I want to solve. Could I go in and make a big difference? Yes. Would they pay me a lot of money? Yes. Is this what I want to do? No. So my buddy Damon West, who wrote How to Be a Coffee Bean, he's speaking at my conference next week. He spent time in a Texas state prison. He was sentenced to 65 years to life in a Texas state prison. He got out because of good attitude. He changed his life. I called him one day and I said, you ought to be going into the prison systems. You know that better than anybody. There's a fortune for you to be. He said, man, I'm passionate about helping people get out of prison and stay out of prison. And I'm like, that is a business you should be in. Not me. That's not what I want to do, but that's what you want to do. See, I didn't want to do it, but that was a good problem for him to solve because he's passionate about doing it. Okay. So I want you to get clear. This is your primary skill. It's taken me, guys, till I was almost 45 years old to figure out my primary skill, which is activating a deep drive inside of people to want a bigger future. Now, we sum that up in a book on Pray Drive, Flip the Switch. Okay, but it took me one day having a revelation. This is my skill. This is my primary skill. I can't cook. I'm geographically illiterate. I was raised by a single mom, so I don't know how to fix a car. I don't know how to fix anything around the house. But I can sure activate the drive inside of a person to want something more. I don't care if they're making $50 million a year. So when you think about this concept, what if I ask you right now, and I said I got $1 million in my pocket, I'm going to give you the million because you're going to solve a problem for me. What problem are you going to solve for me with your skill? Money changes hands when problems are solved or ambitions are created. I have one or two things over here. I've got an ambition. You have a skill. I can't reach my ambition without your skill. Now you say, why is this important? What if you spent 80% of your time in that area? How much happier would you be? How much more money would your company make? See, what if I told you all I want to do is create content like an artist? That's why I like staying in Florida so much. I like writing. I like creating. What if I said I want to create content? I want to deliver great content that changes people's lives. And I want to promote that. And if I had to do all three, the promotion would be third. The creation and the delivering would be 1 and 2. And what if I said I'm going to build my whole life around these three things? I don't drive the bus. I don't set up the chairs. I don't set up the virtual events. I don't set up the Zooms. All I do is come in like a surgeon and go, boom, I'm going to work on this part right here. And this is what I'm the best at. Okay. What are you the best at, which gives you joy and money? I like thinking of joy in the journey. Joy in the journey. I want to have joy in the journey. Okay. Because there's been times in my life that I was running this business that I hated checking emails every morning because of the problems. And when you coach thousands of people like I do, there's always a problem. Somebody woke up this morning and wants to quit. Somebody woke up this morning and don't want to do something. Somebody told me they would do something that they didn't. And I told myself, I'm going to bring in somebody else to check those emails. I'm going to wake up in the morning with no anxiety, no fear, no worry. I'm going to be excited about going into coach people. I'm going to stay excited. And if I ever lose that, I'm going to think about doing something else, which is why I retired as a high school coach. I said, if I ever lose this joy of coaching these kids, I'm going to go find something else to do. And I retired at the peak of my career. Okay. Because I've said, man, I've done all I could do here. It's time for me to go to the next play. So this is primary skill and the problem you want to solve. And the reason this is so important, guys, if you would type into the chat box, what do you think your primary skill is? Some of you that are being coached by me right now, I can see you getting clearer and clearer and clearer. What is the primary skill? Okay, listening is a skill, and you want to use that skill to help another person do something. Okay, say, all right, solving tax problems. I would make that even more granular, solving complex tax problems. Understanding people's needs. See, I use my skill to solve your problem. Remember, I got $1 million in my pocket, Victoria. I want to give that $1 million to you because you got to solve a big problem. You got to solve a big problem here, okay? Now, let's look at, after we know what, let's get clear in the who. Now, not clear in who we need, clear in who we want to solve the problem for. Okay, here's your primary skill. Over here, this is who I love working with. This is who I would like to solve the problem for. When I retired from athletic coaching, I thought I wanted to go back and work with coaches. So I worked with Vanderbilt. I went back and worked with Ole Miss. I was about to sign a deal with Kentucky. And I was going in to work with their coaches to teach their coaches how to better connect with their players so they could win more championships. Now, Doug, guess what I found out when I went in there? Grant Thompson, guess what I found out when I went in there? So I go, man, this is going to be incredible. I'm going to go work with the coaches at Ole Miss, and I'm going to go work with the coaches at Vanderbilt. This is going to be awesome. Guess what I found out when I started doing this, guys? Anybody guess? I didn't like it. They're not coachable. That's what I found out. I said, these college coaches have got such big egos, we can't even get their egos in the door. Okay? And some of them weren't even winning championships. Like I was working with them and they weren't even winning championships. And I'm like, man, where did this ego come from? You're not even winning. But no, I'm not listening to you. Okay. And then the athletic director would say, why are we paying this guy? Like, you should know how to do this. We're paying you $1 million a year. Why can't you motivate the players? Okay. They didn't have the same skill set I did. So I would come in to coach them and I go, after about 3 assignments, I think I got $15,000 out of Vanderbilt, maybe 15 grand. And I go, man, I hate doing this. They're not coachable. I can't find the money. This is not what I want to do. And then I started coaching companies. I have a skill, activating drive, driving people toward performance. And I go, you know what? If the leader was right, if the culture was right, I enjoyed it. But if the leader was wrong and the culture was bad, it's like going into battle every day trying to get people motivated. Then I said, you know what? I really like people who pay for it themselves because when they pay attention. I like doing things here at the lodge. I like them doing it at my house in Florida, the Greatness Factory. And I started going, okay, there's a certain type of person that I love working with. I feel both appreciated and celebrated, and it is a mutual relationship between me and them. They value my skill set and I value working with them. Who do you love working with? Okay. Who am I solving the problem for? Then it's like, who can help me? Who can help me move from A to B? And we'll spend more time on that when we get into building your dream team. Because I made a decision the other day about a guy when I was relaxed and I said, man, I need that guy to hit my magic number. The magic number is the big number you're trying to hit. I said, I need that guy. He's the guy I need. You need to say, I need that dude to help me get to that level. On the phone with the guy yesterday, and he's like, look, I saw you speak. I know you're my guy. to help me get there. And I'm tired of playing in the amateur league, coach. What do I have to do to work with you? Okay. It's easy. I'm not having to sell him anything. So who do you love working with, and who can move you from A to B? Okay. So when I come into the day, I ask myself a couple questions. I'm at A and I'm trying to get to B, which is what everybody's trying to do. Then I start asking myself, what are my level 10s? These are the greatest opportunities available to me that I need to focus on. And I have 3 to 5. Now, let me tell you why this is important, guys. All of these goals, these level 10s, are attached to that B. So what if you told me that one of your level 10s is that your passive income is greater than your living expenses? And I would ask you a very direct question. How much passive income do you have right now? If you told me I got to have X number of dollars, I would say, well, how much do you have right now? And you may say, I don't have any. Okay. Who can help me go get passive income? Do I need to learn something? Do I need to know something? Do I need to build something? Do I need to contact something? See, I found my real estate agent over in South Carolina, a guy I coached many years ago, is the #1 real estate professional in South Carolina. And he called me and said, I noticed you've been talking about these retreats a lot. Can I be the person who goes and finds these for you? I said, voila, I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you. And I said, let me tell you exactly what I'm looking for. I want these things to operate whether Coach Bert's there or not. I want passive income. I want them to be in cool places, in mountains or by the water. I said, this is exactly what I want. Can you go find it for me? Yes, sir, I can. Okay, thank you. Go forth and prosper. And we'll be aspirational contacts together. Everybody see that? See, one of my level 10s, your level 10s are always attached to your B goal. So when I come into the day, I go, okay, what's the biggest opportunities I need to be focused on? What's the biggest opportunities I need to be focused on? I'm not getting caught up in the drama. I'm not getting caught up in low value activity. I'm staying focused. So if I went back to Nick and I said, Nick, what is the greatest opportunity available to you right now that you need to be focused on? Because I know if you wake up every day and you're running that pool business and you're servicing customers and you're doing this and you're doing this, and then on the weekends you go, oh my gosh, this is what I really want to do. This is where the big money is. This is where I'm happiest. This is where I'm highly profitable and it's highly enjoyable. And if I could just wake up and do this, boom. Nick may go, Coach, that's simple. I know exactly what it is. I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do this. What is the greatest opportunity available to you that you are not focused on? Okay. And I can't answer these questions for you. All I can do is deliver the question. But every morning I wake up and I go, what's my B? And what am I frustrated with at A? Who can help me get from A to B? Okay. Who do I want to help? And who do I not want to help, by the way? And how do I want to help them? Okay. Now, how many of you think that's a good session right there? Was that a good session to start us off? We getting clear? We're just getting started, folks. We're just getting started. Okay. You need to do a little jumping jacks or some jumping jacks or run around the block to get yourself going this morning. Okay. Anytime you're not motivated, move. The word motivate means to move. When I'm here at this lodge and I'm not motivated, I go out there and run sprints. I run up and down the thing about 5 times that. It's like, all right, let's go. Listen to something. All right, so we're going to do a workbook exercise right here. Okay, these are questions to help you retain the content and to get you to go deeper, okay? Because the real question is, how long are you going to live with the low-grade fever? How long are you going to stay where you're at? How much tension has to be created? See, I'm grateful for the guy who sat beside me and ate the chicken wings, because that night I pulled out a piece of paper and you know what I wrote down? All the things I was tired of messing with. I said, man, I'm tired of playing around with this. I was in Salt Lake City speaking with me and Ed Milet and Tim Grover. That was the 3 main speakers. And I give my talk and Grover gives his talk. And then me and Grover sit on the front row and Milet gives his talk. And here's what he said. Y'all are too casual with your potential. You're too casual. You just take whatever comes your way. You don't ever go get what you want. I'm thankful for people like you because I'm where I am today because of people like you that are too casual. I mean, he really just got right up into the audience. And I thought, man, and he texted me afterward. He said, man, was I too aggressive with these people? And I said, no, man, I thought it was great because the truth is people are too casual with their potential. How long do you stay where you're at without going for what's next? See, I can write it down 100 times on my iPad what I want to do. It doesn't matter unless I start taking action toward it, unless I start building the dream team, unless I start moving toward it. How long do you live there until you step into it? So the world rewards action. So let's get into the workbook. Number 1, what is not working in your life or in your business? This is what you'll be bothered by. I guarantee you there's 5 or 10 things right now you're bothered by. The good news is other people are bothered by things, which is why they need you. They need you because they're bothered. Okay? But you are bothered by something, and you need somebody to come along and help you work through that. Number 2, what are things that I'm obligated to that my heart is not involved in? It's a big difference between being committed and being obligated. I do not obligate myself to things. Okay? So people want me to do things that I don't want to do. I go, man, I just can't. I don't obligate myself to things that my heart's not involved in. I've done that before. I got involved in businesses that my heart wasn't involved in. Never worked, by the way. I let people talk me into things I didn't want to do, obligated me to things my heart wasn't involved in it. Name one thing in your life that you're great at that your heart's not involved in. It's going to be hard to find it, folks. Number 3 question. If I had to pick a target, this would be a B goal, and drive toward in your life and your business, what would it be? Now remember, it could be a tangible goal. That means my business is doing X revenue. See, I have a revenue number and I have a profit number. Okay, so my business is doing this. I'm operating on this profit margin. Okay, very important right here. Okay, and then those are the questions right there. Okay, so these are 3 questions. We're going to give you 5 minutes to work on these questions. Keep your cameras on, stay in the room. Don't leave me because we're just getting started. And then when we come back, I'm going to bring some people up to ask me what you took away from that first session, right? What did you take away from that? What did you experience? What is this making you think about right now after session number 1? So let's take 5 and let's work on this exercise. We're back, folks. How many of you thinking deeper about what you want? The reason I ask this question when I'm talking to a person. Microphone's on. There we go. There we go. How many of you are thinking deeper about what you want? See, when I'm talking to a person, I ask them a very simple question. And I preface it like this. I'm going to ask you a very important question, but I need to know this to be able to help you. What are you trying to do? And I don't know where that came to me or why it is so simple. But one day I was just talking to a person on the phone and I said, what are you trying to do? What if I told you everybody's trying to do something? No matter where they are in life, no matter what they have or don't have, no matter how successful they are or how hard they're trying to be successful, everybody is trying to do something. So I actually use the A to B exercise with every single person that wants me to coach them. And we want to work with. I say, man, what are you trying to do? Let's call that your B. And tell me what bothers you right now about where you are. And I say, man, I'm just frustrated because I'm in this trap and I can't figure out how to get out. And I'm making good money, but I'm stuck. I feel stuck and plateaued. And I just can't get the clarity I need or don't take the action I need to. Like, okay, great. Based on 31 years of coaching people, let me make a recommendation. Can't make you do it. Can't force you to do it, but you showed interest. You're here. This is exactly how we would move you from A to B. Would you like my help with this? Right? Because I can't help you till you commit to something. And once you commit, I'm not going to let you fail. So what I'd like to hear here in this part is I would like to hear what you took away from the first session and how is this hitting you? Meaning it's like, boom. It's like, man, this is hitting me because I don't have a B. I haven't even thought about my B. It's hitting me because you said this and it triggered this. So what I'd like to hear from a few people, if you raise your digital hand, is I'd like to bring you up and just ask you, and I guarantee you, wherever you're at, other people are there too. Okay? Other people are there too. All right, so let's see who we have that we'd like to bring up. I think that says Evelyn there. Evelyn raised her digital hand. Evelyn, can you come up and tell us what you took from that first session and how is this hitting you?
Well, it was quite emotional for me, just because I really kind of like concentrated deeply into what it is that I truly want that would make me happy. Because even though I'm doing all these things, obviously, like it says in the question, not all of them are serving me to make me feel what I need out of them. So I do feel like mine is gonna give back something that's gonna make me feel like, you know, like I'm doing the greater good outside
Yes.
of myself and to benefit not just myself but for all.
Now let's
So I'll
address.
probably say that.
Thank you, Evelyn. Let's address purpose for a second, okay? Because I've spent about 3 years studying purpose. 87% of people say they live their entire life so they never find their purpose. Okay, this is a big problem. Gretchen Rubin wrote a book many years ago called The Happiness Project, where she had a good husband, she had a good job, she made good money. She's riding into the train every morning to work, and she was unhappy. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to sit down and write out my happiness project. I actually created a fulfillment project. And I said, these are things that give me fulfillment. This is highly enjoyable and highly profitable. Profitability is not just external profit, it is internal profit. So the whole reason I'm writing the new book is it's a book about purpose. But I believe you find that through finding your skill and finding your problem. Okay, very important. All right, let's pull another one up. Chase, let's bring Chase up. Chase, tell me what you got out of that first session, how that hit you.
So the first session I got out of that one was to eliminate the things that I feel obligated to. I think a lot of times we know in our gut what to do, But we get confused and bogged down with all this other stuff we have to do. And I think you really put it in perspective on the things that you feel obligated to is usually what you don't want to do. And so I think for me, it was a big thing. Just, okay, what do I feel obligated to do and kind of eliminating those.
When you think about a lot of things you do in a day, many times, if you could just restructure, that's why I use the word reposition in the beginning. Sometimes we need to, the business is working. Maybe it's working. Maybe it's not working to the way you want it to, but you could reposition the business and go, okay, I would be happier and more committed if it was set up this way. Well, who's setting the structure of the business up many times? You are. So I step back and go, okay, when am I happy? When am I fulfilled? When is this really working? When have I got good energy left over? Okay, let's do that. And I quit feeling obligated to say yes to everything. My standard answer, Chase, used to be, yes is the answer. Now tell me the question. And they called me to go to South Africa to do a speaking engagement. And I said, sure, be happy to. And then we got the contract and it said that I needed 4 armed bodyguards and I needed ransom insurance. And I went home and I told my wife, hey, I'm going to South Africa to speak. Don't worry about the contract. It says I need 4 armed bodyguards and I need ransom insurance. And my wife's like, ransom insurance? Like, why are you doing this? And I said, I don't know, just because I say yes. Yes is the answer. That's what we do to build the brand. And she made a good point. She said, just because people ask you to do things don't mean you always have to do them. Don't be obligated to things, okay? Be committed to things. And I thought it would have been a cool experience. Now, Karen Maxwell, what you got? And Karen Maxwell's bringing me to Mexico here in a few weeks to speak at her mastermind. So I'm excited about going to Mexico and speaking it's a real estate mastermind I'm going to be speaking at. And I think it's going to be really, really, it's going to be a lot of fun and it's going to be very impactful. So Karen, how'd that hit you in that first session?
Well, like Evelyn said, I got really emotional when you start writing it down and thinking about what you're doing wrong. And then you try to figure out how to fix it. And that's why I'm here with you today. So my biggest thing is that my clients, I'm obviously getting pulled in by the wrong clients. The wrong clients are, what I do is I go into a business, I look at what's going on and I create systems and I break it down, put it back together with good systems and processes. And then I deliver them to the client with the training. And then they don't do anything with it. They don't take action. They don't take action to hold their team and themselves responsible for putting it, for keeping it going. So then they end up wanting to hire me to do it for them. And I'm like, you can't afford me. Like I fixed this mess for you and you can't afford me. And you're not worth the stress. I don't tell them that, but that's the way I feel today. And so then I need to find the clients that I want to be. I need to be the client that I want to attract is what Susan told me yesterday. And that really, I actually fired a big client last night. It was very painful, but I took what she said and I'm like, this is not who I want to be working for. I don't want to work for them and be enthralled in this chaos. And I'm like, I can't hold your team accountable because you're not backing me up. And so therefore everything that I've done is just a moot point. But then I feel guilty, like I didn't deliver the product that I promised to deliver. And so that guilt really eats at me.
Well, when you're thinking about this, I want to bring up a larger point here for everybody based on what Karen said, because I played this game that she's playing before. I've already played this game. She's figuring out that the structure of the business needs to be repositioned. Number one, she's going in and being held responsible for results that she's not in charge of. Number one, that's a flaw in the business structure. And she's not attracting the kind of people she wants. And I say we go where we feel celebrated and appreciated, not tolerated. Okay. And typically, very quickly if this is going to be a good fit or a bad fit. We followed up with a person not long ago and the guy got mad and offended that we followed up with him. He told my salesperson, if this is the way you're trained to follow up, then I don't want to do business with you. And I told the salesperson to say, okay, good luck. We don't want to do business with you because follow-up is part of a business cycle. We're following up with you because you indicated interest in our product or services. And yes, my people are trained to follow up because that's where I think a fortune is lost. So if that offends you that we followed up, then you and I don't believe the same things, and that's okay. Okay. Good luck to you. We will keep on moving, and we'll go look for people who are looking for us. Okay. Because we're not going to spend a second thinking about this. Very important. Go where you feel appreciated, not tolerated. And if you don't believe the same things, say, thank you, I owe you. Good luck on the journey. As Kevin Elko used to say when his mom used to go to the beauty shop, his dad would always say, best of luck to you. Now, all right, let's go, Dominique. And then we're going to move on to the next one, and we'll try to get to everybody today.
Hi, Coach Burt. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So I think in that first session, what I kind of took away was I know right now I'm in the right place. I am where I'm supposed to be, right here with you to try and figure this out. I've been lost lately, but the past is the past.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking way too small in my business.
Mm-hmm.
And I have this excitement and anticipation to know that I'm here with you for the next 2 days. It may not take that long, right? But to figure this out.
Yeah.
And I'm just really excited right now. So thank you.
Well, you're the perfect person for this because you're committed to figuring this out. And I think about this, how much time do people spend not thinking about figuring this out? Like figuring this out, what's next for you is one of the most important things you can do. So I made a whole bunch of notes last night. And one of the notes I made was how many people are willing to do the deep work? Cal Newport wrote a book on that called The Deep Work, where you go into the woods, you look under the hood and you go, okay, man, I'm tired of playing small. I'm tired of the business not working the way I want it to. I'm tired of going home at night complaining to my wife. I'm tired of this. Like that's why I say you can live with the low grade fever for a long time, where you just accept things and you go, well, this is as good as it's going to get. Okay. And then you look at somebody else over there and they're not any smarter than you, not any better than you, not any more talented than you, but they're outperforming you 10-1. And you're like, why can't I figure this out? Okay. I know I have what it takes to do this. Well, it may not be that you can't figure it out. Maybe you haven't found the who's and work through the structure. Okay. So when I wrote the book A to B, I really sat down and I go, okay, how do I move a person from A to B? And how do I get them to see it and take action toward it? Okay. Because the truth is you can go to the ocean. You can sit there for a day, just like I did last week with my wife. And I very seldom go to the ocean and sit there for a day. And my wife said, I want you to go there and I want you to sit all day with me. And I'm like, all day? like, I don't know if I can sit there all day. She's like, trust me, bring your notepad, bring your headphones, be inspired, and write out exactly what you want. And I go, okay. And I did. Now, what if I told you, Lisa Galloway, that was of no value unless I come back this week and go, who can help me do these things? Would everybody agree? If I'm not willing to put the time, the energy, and the resources to it, I'm not committed to it. It is that simple. So you're the exact right person, Dominique, to be here because you're doing the deep work to get clear. Once we're clear, now it's like, okay, now we need structure. Now we need accountability. Now we need a process. Now we need to reactivate the prey drive. So great session, guys, in the first session, and thank you for being coachable. All right, let's move to session number 2. And let's get into eliminating confusion. Okay, confusion is randomness in motion. How many of you wake up every day, and I've certainly done this, and you have a lot of things going on, and you go home at the end of the day exhausted, and you're no closer to your B. And you go, man, this is like I was busy. I'm tired. I felt like I was in a 10-round fight, and I am no closer to the B. I've actually gone backwards. I'm no closer to where I'm trying to get to. So this is why I always ask this question. If you're clear on the B, what is the highest value of your time to move you toward the B? And why are we participating in low value activities? These are things that don't move me toward the B. Now, if I told you that I want to take this property I'm at here, some of you have been here, and I want to make this a profitable, cash flowing, passive investment, that's good. That's a good thing. That's a good B to have. What if I said I want this to kick off $100,000 of passive income to me per year? Be a good investment. Okay. But then what if I never do anything to move toward the B? Like I get up and I just talk to my wife about it. We have great conversations about it. And I never go, okay, what's the 3 high value activities I got to do? Okay, we need to hire a marketing company who can market it. We need to get it up on Google as a retreat center. We need to potentially hire a salesperson, or who's going to handle the leads? Who's going to follow up with the leads? Who's going to convert people who are interested in this? Okay. Is there anything on the property we need to do as far as taking it better, of making it better so it's more attractive? Are there other revenue opportunities here? What if we redid the barn? How much does it cost to redo the barn to turn it into a venue? See, these are all things that need to happen, not just live up here in the world of, okay, that'd be a great thing to do. Over there, moving toward that B. This is why we have mental creation and physical creation. So mental creation is I have gone there, Bob, in my mind. I can see it with the mind's eye. Physical creation is I need to get into action on specific activities. And it's almost always finding somebody who could do this. Who's the marketing company? Who's the salesperson? Who can come out and beautify the property? Who can do this? Then you sit down and you go, okay, what is keeping me from moving from A to B? So when we go to A to B, people always ask me, why do people not move toward B? Okay. Now I'm going to show you what keeps us from moving from A to B. Number 1, knowledge keeps us from moving from A to B. Okay. Now I'm going to give you some example here. For years, I've been saying, I think I could raise capital. Okay. I think I'm a trustworthy source. I think people know I'm going to do big things. I think I could go out dying born and raise 25 million, 50 million, $100 million. But then Andy Asbury, I would say to myself, yeah, but I don't really know how to do it. I don't know where I would put the money. Am I going to put it into greatness factories? Am I going to buy multifamily? Am I going to build retreat sites? Am I going to do opportunity funds? Do I want to do venture capital? Do I want to do venture coaching? Like then I would kind of live in this area of like, I don't really know how or what I would do. So guess what? Got a B goal. Believe I could do it. So down here I have skill. That would be number 2. I have desire. That would be number 3. That's prey drive. Number 4, I have confidence, but maybe not in this area. And number 5, there's that relationship that I need. So guy comes to me and he says to me, Coach, I'm going to help you do this. And I thought, great. He's like, I'll handle everything. I'll get you totally approved with everybody you got to get approved with. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll do all this. I was like, man, sounds great. Then we get into this and I find out that he don't know how to do it any more than I do. Okay. And so I bring in another person and she's like, man, he don't know how to do this. He's never raised any capital. He's trying to figure out, he's got you in this really complicated thing. It don't have to be that complicated, Coach. So he had the desire, but he didn't have the knowledge. Does everybody see that? Now, $25,000 later, after a few attorneys, we're still not any closer to raising the capital that we could have raised, right? All he had was one component of this. So when I started looking at like, okay, how do we do this? So the reason a lot of people don't move to B is they get paralyzed for one reason. They don't know who, They don't know how to do it. Or they don't have, this is just not a priority. They don't have the pray drive to do it. That's desire. Or they don't have the knowledge to do it. They don't have the skill to do it. Some people don't have the confidence. I would replace that with boldness. Or some people don't have the relationships to do it. Now, I wrote in my notes last night, I was just doing key phrases. And I wrote multiple 6 figures to multiple 7 figures. If I was going from multiple 6 figures to multiple 7 figures, if I was going from single digit millionaire to double digit millionaire, here's what I wrote down: strategy, people, the right rooms, expansion of thinking, and remarkable boldness. See, if I said, this is how we go from multiple 6 figures to multiple 7 figures, I said, well, we need a strategy to get there. We need the right people to get there. We need to think much bigger than what we're currently thinking. We need expansion of growth, and we need remarkable boldness. Like, that's really what we need to move from A to B. People, I need to be in the right rooms. I need to have the right knowledge. I need to have the right boldness, and I need to have some type of strategy on exactly how I'm going to do it. Okay. So some of you may say, I'm not in the right rooms because I'm thinking too small. I don't have the right people around me because I'm playing around a bunch of small people. Okay. I don't have expansive thinking. I don't have the confidence to go do this. So when you think about what keeps a person from going from A to B, it's these things. Okay. So I'm sitting there looking at it. I'm like, okay, I've heard you complain about it. I've heard you whine about it, but you're not going from mental creation to physical action. What's the next thing I can do? So if Chase tells me at the end of day 1, coach, I'm totally clear on where I want to go. I've got the mental picture. Okay, good. Now let's go into physical action. What's the next step that you could take to move toward the B? And if I had to say, these are my 3 high value activities. So high value activities move me toward the B. Low value activities move me away from the B. And most people wake up and focus on bluegills, not blue marlins. Blue marlins are people who can move the ball down the field for you. Okay? Like right now, I have got the best team I've had in a while. I've got motivated people. They're go-getters. They wake up and are resourceful and can solve problems. They require very little instruction or direction. And you would be shocked how much happier I am with a good team. Does everybody see that? Because I've been feeling like a big engine. I got a big engine, and then I need better people around me, right? I need better, more skilled talent. I need people who can go, who want to go. Okay. And so here's the deal. It's like, okay, those are the people. I need some big thinkers. I need somebody who's a stone cold killer who can get it done, who can hit those numbers. Okay. Now, when opportunity comes up, this is something I really like. Here's the way I look at opportunity. So I'm at A. Remember, we're talking about what's next. Rob Challenger's on here with us. He's in our What's Next program. He's going to be on a panel tomorrow, and he's going to tell you why he's thinking bigger, what he's doing in What's Next, why being in the room is the right thing to do, because you get around people thinking bigger. Okay. When an opportunity comes up, and it will, the more you're known, the more opportunity you have. I look at 3 things to make a decision to eliminate confusion. This is where I'm trying to get to. So I ask myself, number 1, what's the return on the objective? ROO. See, the guy this morning said he went straight to ROI. Coach, if I come spend 2 days with you, how much money am I going to make? And I said, well, let's back up for a second and let's ask a different question. What is the objective? If you drive the objective, Brian, you can drive the investment. I said, currently, you don't know how to do what you're asking me to do. It's why you call me. Now, if you did know how to do it, okay, the objective is this: packaging your intellectual property into something you can monetize. Is that the objective? He said, yes. I said, okay. Well, I had a guy go through 2 days with me, spend a year with me coaching him, and he went out and made $600,000 more the next year through packaging his intellectual property. but that'll be up to you. If I show you how to do it, okay? So focus on the objective. That's ROO. So when people come to me with an opportunity, I go, okay, what's the objective here? And if I drive the objective, number two, will it drive the investment? That's ROI. If I build a $7 million greatness factory, but it kicks off $500,000 of passive income to me per year, what is the investment on the objective? What is the objective? Build a great place for people to work, learn, grow, and connect. Why would I do that? Because it's in alignment with my B, which is passive income. You may be asking, why would I go into the commercial real estate space right now? When the truth is, I'm not going into just commercial real estate. I'm looking at WeWork. I'm looking at Industrious. I'm looking at shared spaces popping up all over the world. I'm looking at how can I do it better and different and make it more magical. That's what Walt Disney said. I'm going to make it different. I'm going to make it better, and I'm going to make it more magical. Now, if I do make it different and better, more magical, and it could kick off $500,000 a year, that's not counting the amount of money that could be generated from people who come to the Greatness Factory and get excited and want to do more things. What's the objective? What is the return on the investment? And number three, what is this is my favorite one, return on my energy, ROE. See, I'm 47 and I have a 1-year-old daughter. They'll keep you young, folks. 47 and have a 1-year-old. I was telling my wife, I said, when she's 20, I'll be 67 when she's 20. Okay. Now, here's my point. If I come and coach you today and I give you everything I have and I go home tonight and I'm tired and I'm exhausted and I don't even want to play with my 1-year-old daughter or run around the house with my 3-year-old son, would I have been successful today? See, I call that a successful failure. See, you may go home and say, man, Coach Burt gave me this and I poured all my energy into you. See, I have to think. The reason I was up at 4:20 this morning and in the gym at 5 a.m. so I could see my kids at 6, so I could be out here with you, is that so I have sustainability. So when I get home tonight at 5, I can play with my kids. See, there's a return on my energy. So when somebody brings you an opportunity and I go, yeah, but I'm going to be exhausted, man. I'm going to go do that and I'm going to be 100% exhausted. I'm not going to want to do anything, right? I used to go to Houston. I coached 6 different companies in Houston over 2 days. I made a lot of money. And I would come home and my wife would say, I know you've been to Houston because you got a terrible attitude and you don't want to talk to anybody. And I said, man, I coached 6 different companies in 2 days. And Houston's a big place. So I'd coach one company, drive an hour to the next place, coach another company, drive an hour to the next place. And I would come home and it'd take me 3 days to overcome that trip. I'd be mad and I'd be irritated and I'd be exhausted. And it wasn't worth it. To be honest with you, it wasn't worth it. So the return on my energy helps me think about the objective, which helps me think about the investment, which helps me think about, is this moving me toward my B? Remember, I told you my B was I want to coach 3 days a week, just like Garth Brooks sings 3 days a week, right? I told you I wanted my passive income to be greater than my living expenses. I told you I wanted to coach people who were hungry, humble, and coachable. I told you I wanted my business to do this much in revenue. I wanted my profit margins to be this. I wanted to spend 3 nights a month with my wife. See, I'm clear on what my B is. So when you bring me an opportunity, or somebody brings me an opportunity, hey, coach, I want you to do this. Hey, I want you to be involved in this. Hey, I want you to do this. I go, okay, let me back up for a second and ask the question. What's the return? What's the objective? What is the return on my energy? And what is the return on this investment? And what if I told you I'm now starting to say, no, I wish I could do it, but I just can't do it because I would be, Chase, obligated to doing it. And I don't do things I'm not obligated to. See, this helps me to go, you know what? I would really like to come help you on that. But man, I just can't do it. I don't want you to have any confusion about your priorities. We're going to call that priority intelligence. Okay. There's IQ, which is intellect quotient. There's SQ, spiritual quotient. There's PQ, physical quotient. There's EQ, emotional quotient. I like priority quotient. You know what priority quotient is? Out of all the things I could do today, what's the highest use of my time to move me toward the big goal? How do I develop a priority? This is a priority. You see, when we had our first child, let me tell you what was a priority to me, my business. I wasn't at home in the morning to hold my baby girl. I wasn't at home at night when she was going to school. I was traveling all over the world to build a business. And I made up my mind after my first child, I ain't going to screw this up again. Okay. I'm going to be a better dad on my second child. And I'm going to be an even better dad on my third child. And I'm going to be a better husband. And I'm going to be a better leader. And I'm going to be a better person. See, I started developing this priority intelligence that said, you know what? Yes, I'm all in on the business. Yes, I want to go out and crush it. Yes, I want to be one of the top people in the world. Yes, I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of things. But I got to start prioritizing my energy and my time and what makes me happy and what brings me fulfillment. And oh, that person brings a lot of drama. So let's just let them move on about their life. See, when you're thinking about confusion, it's like, why am I doing what I'm doing? And is it moving me toward the goal? Now, when I was a championship coach, this was simple. It's okay, you're at A and you want to win a championship. That's B. That's it. What are we willing to do? Oh, we're willing to come in at 6:30 in the morning, and we're willing to stay all night, and we're willing to not have any friends, and we're willing, right, for a decade to not do anything except focus on winning. That's it. Okay? A lot of collateral damage there between A and B because the return on the energy is so taxing. So then I retire at 31 years old, and I go, okay, how do I build this business? And I put the same amount of energy into the business that I did the coaching, and I was still exhausted. So when I go, what is my priorities? Well, we need to be in church on Sunday morning. I need to be doing my Bible study every morning. I need to have great friends because what's it worth having a great business, but you got no friends to ever hang out with? Man, I need to spend time with my wife so we're staying connected. I need to spend time with my kids so they like me later in life and I have a great relationship. See, now I'm starting to go, okay, how do I do all these things? How do I get clear in this business and go, this is my B? And how many of you think happiness should be part of your B? How many of you think fulfillment should be part of the B? How many of you think the business should be there if it was operating properly? It should be feeding your life to where it's not exhausting, but it's exhilarating. And I can't tell you how many people I coach. It's like, man, God, you're a stress ball sandwich. And I was coaching one person. He would sit here. One of his partners would sit there, and I'd say, man, you seem to be a little stressed out. And he'd go, I'm not stressed out. And he'd look at his partner and say, tell him I'm not stressed. Tell him I'm not stressed, coach. And I'm like, man, this is just being around you creates anxiety for me. I don't want you to live like this, man. Strong desire, strong obligation. Listen to this one. Strong feelings of unworthiness. And the only place I get the value is by being somebody in the business. So I got to make the business work because I got strong internal feelings of deep unworthiness. Now think about that. I get all of my emotional power from the business. And if the business ain't working, then I'm not worth anything. Okay? Very important. You are not the business. The business is not you. It is there to serve you. It is there to distribute your talents to the marketplace. Okay? And that is how the business should be. Now, for me, wasn't always like that. 3 to 5 years, miserable, trying to make it work, make it some money. Then I started repositioning. How do I reposition this? Then I started doing A to B. Then I started going, okay, this is the purpose of this business. Let's do this. Let's keep, and here's the deal. It ain't perfect. I just keep boom, boom, boom. And I write out, that bothers me. That bothers me. That bothers me. Okay, let's look. Who can help me? Who can help me? What's the B? Remember the B? Remember the B. What's next? What's the next move? Okay, this is how we eliminate confusion. Now, let's go to an exercise right here. Let's go to an exercise on this piece. We're removing confusion. Some of this is for retention purposes. I want you to write down 5 things that keep people from achieving their B. Now, I gave you 5. But Sue's in our coaching program right now. She may say, this is really what's keeping me from moving to B. I gave you knowledge, skill, desire, confidence, relationship. Okay. But you may say to me, the one thing that's keeping me from moving toward my B is I don't have that priority intelligence that I need. What's keeping me from my B is I don't have the courage I need. I don't have the who's I need. I don't have the think I need. I don't have the toughness I need. Okay. I don't know what it is for you. Maybe it's 3 things that keep you from going there. So number 1 is what is keeping you from moving from A to B. Be totally honest with yourself here. Do you know good to lie to yourself? Okay. Number 2, there are 3 types of returns that I mentioned when I make a decision. So if John McAllister brings me an opportunity, I'm going to go, what's the objective? What's the investment? What's my return on my investment? And what's the return on my energy? See, I've signed up for things before, Rob Challenger, because it looked good, thought I was going to make a bunch of money. Then it's like, this is miserable. Like I'm supposed to recruit all these people and spend time doing this and do this. And I'm obligated to all these things, man. I didn't think about this very well. Well, it only takes a few of those before you go, you know what? I'm not doing that. This is what I really need to be doing. Okay. I need to stay focused in my lane. Number 3, where do I get the best return on my energy that fuels me versus drains me? This is ROE. Okay. What's next? Everything you're moving toward should be highly enjoyable and highly profitable. That's what you should be moving toward. This is highly enjoyable. This is highly profitable. Just because I can solve a problem does not mean that's the problem I'm supposed to be solving. Okay. It's highly enjoyable. It's highly profitable. Gives me energy versus drains my energy. 80% of my time is spent doing what I love doing. I go where I feel appreciated, not tolerated. I'm only looking for people that are looking for me. Okay. I want to be their who. So yesterday when I'm talking to that gentleman, he says, I know I need to work with you. I know you're the guy who can get me to that next level. That is like, this is who I'm looking for. I'm not looking for somebody who gets offended when we follow up with them. Okay. Because offended people are easily offended by anything. Okay. And I don't believe that. I don't get offended by things. I try to just keep moving. Okay. So these are big questions. And one more question. Name the top 3 best investments you've ever made that showed a clear return of 5 times for you. Okay. Name the top 3 investments that you made. Let me tell you what I said this morning. Natalia, who's here. I said, when I was 25 years old, I borrowed $2,500 from my mother to go through the certification of Stephen Covey to learn the 7 habits of highly effective people. And I told the guy this morning, I said, I bet that investment has helped generate at least $10 million for me. At least 10 million, maybe more. I walked out of there with confidence. I walked out of there with clarity. I walked out of there knowing that I wanted to help people become highly effective in their life. It was a $2,500 investment that I borrowed from my mom. And I said, I bet I made at least 10 million back on that investment. I said, now that is a good investment. I invested in me. Okay. And it's paid dividends. So what is the best investment you've made that got you a 5x return? Okay. So let's take 5 minutes. Let's work through the exercise. We'll come back and call some people up and let them see what they got, what they experienced from that session. That was an impactful session for me, guys. You got me thinking about my life, my family, my future, my dreams, and who we wanted to help. So thank you for that. Okay. Let's take 5 minutes. Let's work through it. Let's keep on rolling. 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, we're back. What a powerful session. As I was working through that exercise, I sat down last night and just really made pages and pages of notes. And anytime I'm teaching you, I'm teaching me. And I think eliminating confusion. I mean, confusion is randomness in motion. And the reason a person is confused is because they don't have a clear B. Therefore, they participate in a lot of low value activity. And now that you have a filter, return on energy, return on investment, return on objective, as things come into you, you can run it through this filter. And you can go, you know what? I'm going to have crumbs left over for my family if I do that. And I can't do that because that doesn't return on energy. Some of us get involved in projects and we go, man, this is just a total drain on our energy. So if we're trying to get clear on what our next move is, this is why I use repositioning. Is some of you are repositioning the business and it needs tweaking, like my business has needed over the last 15 years. I'm repositioning the business. Some of you are repositioning life. Some of you are going, I'm doing this, but I really want to do this. I've always wanted to do that. And I will have regrets if I run that through the regret minimization framework, if I don't pursue it. Now, I've got a good friend, lives in my subdivision. He made $1.5 million last year doing what he does. And every time we go for a walk at night, I'll text him and say, man, I'm going for a walk around the subdivision. You want to go with me? And we'll walk. And he never talks about how great the business is. Like, this is so much fun. Here's the conversation. Well, you know, I made $1.5 million. I got a $500,000 override. But man, it's kind of miserable. And I got to do this. I really, really want to do this. And I'm like, man, take yourself to your 80 years old. And if you don't start taking an action toward that, I'm telling you, you're going to regret it. How many times have we got to have this talk? I know you're making good money, but there's a bigger purpose and mission inside of you that you're telling me you want to go do. So take a step, get in a room, do one thing. This guy wants to write some books and he wants to do some coaching. And I'm like, you're qualified to do this. Take the physical creation steps. Get out of mental fantasizing and get into physical creation. You'll be happier, I promise you. Okay, you're not going to leave $1.5 million over there and go make $1.5 million over here next year, but there's a way to do both, and that's called intentional congruence. So let's bring a person up and let's talk about what they experienced in that session. And it's Dominic, right? Dominic, I think I want to make sure I got your name right. Dominic, they told me on the break. I want to make sure did I get your name right, Dominic? Okay, good. Thank you for that. Because my name is Michael, Micheal, and my mom spelled my name Micheal, and I go to get in an Uber, and they'll say, Michelle? Michelle? And I'll say, it's Michael. And they'll go, oh, yeah, because my mom spelled my name Micheal versus Ael. And so they call me Michelle when I get into Ubers. Stephanie Sellers, come up and tell us how that hit you in that last session. Stephanie saw me speak in Charlotte, North Carolina. And ever since then, she's been dialed in. She's been making some career moves over to what she really wants to do. So it's been a lot of fun working with her. She's very coachable. So Stephanie, how did that hit you in that last session?
Hi, Coach. It's really hit me because I see that I am needing to realign with boldness. I've got boldness. I need to hit the remarkable boldness.
Yeah.
I'm dialing in the who's and putting the who's in place with leverage.
Yep.
I need additional processes and systems, and that's where the who's are going to take care of that for me.
Yes.
Getting into more rooms and talking to more people.
Yep.
Making the clarity with the best return on my energy, because
Yes.
I'm depleting myself every day.
Okay, so we got a lot to work with right here. Now, here's a very important concept. I was coaching a young lady in New Jersey, still coaching her, by the way. and she was being coached by a person, and the coach kept telling her, recruit more people, recruit more people, recruit more people, recruit more people. And so she did what the coach said. She went and recruited more people. She became less profitable, less profitable, less profitable. Now she had the pressure of the business that wasn't producing, but she was recruiting more people. And it's like, hey, I'm not happy. I'm not profitable. This ain't working. And I came along, and I believe you can't see the picture when you're inside the frame. Okay. And I come along and I go, now you're not happy and you're not profitable, and you're not getting good return on your energy. And why do you continue to recruit people to be less profitable and more unhappy? And she said, I don't know, because that's what this coach told me to do. And I said, totally understand why that coach would tell you to do that. But sometimes we got to ask ourselves these questions like Stephanie's asking herself. Okay, what's the return on my energy? What is the highest use of my time? And how do I move toward the B with this remarkable boldness? Now, I coach people on the habits of the top 1%. Okay, Cody Brown up there in Michigan. And I one of the habits of the top 1% of performers is remarkable boldness. Okay, there's 4 other habits. I talk about that in my book, Flip the Switch. It's a whole chapter. I do a talk on it. And I'm not necessarily saying the habits of the top 1% of money earners, although there would be a direct correlation between the habits of the top 1% of performers. There could be 1% of firefighters, 1% of police officers, 1% of high school teachers. They may never be in the top 1% of money earners, but they are the best performers in the world. So remarkable boldness is what Stephanie's talking about there. And that is a boldness to see it and go for it. See it and pursue it. See it and go, look, if they can do it, I can do it. See, this is a self-talk. How many of you are reading the book A to B? If you hadn't got the book A to B, this would be very good for you. Because in the book A to B, I start off by saying, this is how I talk to myself in the beginning. I'll be a good coach, but I'll never be a championship coach. I'll be write good books, but I'll never be a Wall Street Journal best-selling author. I'll make good money, but man, I'll never be worth $25 to $50 million like those people were. Like I came from a small town. Like this was my self-talk. Then I changed it. Then I flipped the switch and said, I'm tired of emulating those people. I'm going to become one of those people. And if they did it, I can do it. This is a fundamental shift you got to make. Very important how you talk to yourself when it comes to what's next. So I start that book off by saying, what does the art of possibility mean? What does clarity mean? Do you believe you can reach the B? Do you believe it is possible for you? And if you don't believe it's possible, you're not going to pursue it. You may not know how to do it, but you commit to it. The courage comes, the capability comes, and the new confidence comes after that. So thank you for Stephanie, and keep plugging along on ROE. I like that one. Okay. All right. Raise your digital hand and let's get 1 or 2 more on what that session meant to you. I'm seeing a hand raised. Stephen, let's bring Stephen. And I just saw Stephen, I believe last week at Grady in Nashville, Tennessee. Stephen Matthew. Make sure I say the last name.
You said it correctly.
And I have very strong astigmatism. So when you see me squinting to look at the names, I take my contacts out when I get home, and my wife said, you can't see, can you? And I said, no, I cannot see.
Well, you did a fine job for somebody that's not a Frenchman, but that's good. It's good.
So Stephen, you saw me speak last week in Nashville. First time you've seen me?
No, I had seen you through Tom Love's group years ago.
Many years ago when I wore the zebra print jacket.
And we actually still have a couple of your books here. And every time I've seen you, I get irritated because I'm not nearly where I need to be. And so I decided to jump in the program here. But
good. Now, this is a good thing. Irritation is a good thing. Frustration, misguided enthusiasm. See, He knows he can play at a higher frequency. When he hears me speak, it activates that drive in him to go, you know what? I need to be playing at a higher level. So tell me how that last session hit you, Stephen, because you've seen me twice in the last 5, 6, 7 days, and now I feel like that prey drive's been activated in you.
Yeah, it's always been burning inside of me. And again, coming at this is, there's always a question in my mind, and I threw it in the chat, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? I've got things that I know I can do, but it takes money to do them, but I don't, I've got to earn the money in order to make them happen. And it's like, I'm always fighting that battle. hiring people, for example, I've got a situation in my tax business now where I could probably double the size of my tax business, but I need to hire a person. But to bring that person on, it's another $80,000 a year. And so it's got to take a leap, because in the meantime, I got to pay my bills and meet all my other obligations. So those are the kinds of questions that I'm confronting.
Let me say it to you this way, Stephen. The chicken lays an egg and she's involved. The hog gives his meat and he's committed. Which are you, the chicken or the hog? That's what you say to my basketball players. Hey, the chicken lays an egg and she's involved. The hog gives his meat and he's committed. Which are you, the chicken or the hog? Now, here's why I say this. The truth is, you're never going to double the business, the tax business, until you most likely get the person. So when we stay small, it's very important. Okay? Because I could earn $1 million a year personally with 2 people. I could speak. Some of my friends do this. I could have an assistant that books my travel. Some of my speaker buddies do this. But I've chosen to bring on more people because I could never get to 10 million, to 25 million, to 50 million with me and an assistant. Does everybody see that? Okay. And there are actually some speakers out there that you would know that we probably do 6 to 7 times the amount of revenue they do. And they may be more famous than me, but they only have one little person that books their travel. And they don't have anybody on the phone calling people, and they don't have any operational support, and they go speak and they make a good speaking fee. And I always think about this. Yes, we could stay small, but we could never go to that level. And I remember Sullivan saying, staying small is an anti-growth mindset. Choosing to stay small is an anti-growth mindset. Choosing to do everything by yourself is an anti-growth mindset. What we're really trying to build is what he called a self-managing company, which is where the founder is freed up to do what they do best. It's not so they can be lazy or play golf 5 days a week, unless that's what you want to do. It's actually to have a self-managing company so that you can do what you do best and what you love doing that brings you the most return on your energy. And I think about that every day. I could never get to the level I want to get to, guys, if I stayed small. And that requires me making an investment in people. And Stephen, some of those have turned out to work and some of them haven't. But I guarantee you, like right now, there's people on the phones for me. There's people following up with thousands of leads. There's people running marketing campaigns and ad campaigns. There's people doing this while I'm here coaching you, because I have those goals to get to that level. So you got to ask yourself, do I have an anti-growth mindset? Chicken lays an egg. She's involved. The hog gives the meat. Let's finish with Brant, and then we're going to take a lunch break. Okay. Thank you, Stephen. I look forward to working with you. Love your attitude and disposition. Brant, what you got cooking today?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach Burt. This is great. And to you, Stephen, as well. There was something you said just then that kind of lit up a thought or an insight. I am really, really surprised at how hard coming up with return on energy was for me. I'm stumped by that. And actually, Stephen, after listening to you, maybe I'm not stumped anymore on that. But for me, it was pretty easy to come up with the ROO, the ROI. As I'm seeing myself, and I look at the first 5 you gave us, Coach Burt, what I'm thinking is that when I put desire and confidence together and I engage it with my skill, I've got the courage.
Yep.
But that return on energy, that was so hard to come up with. But what I think is happening for me is internal. So internal momentum, internal energy, internal sense of self-worth, those are all things that I struggle with. But what I realized is that I do have a return on energy when I'm creating, when I'm envisioning, when I'm empowering other people towards a measurable mark like 7 figures.
Yep.
There is energy there for me when I have that internal thing happening.
When you are playing in your unique area, Sullivan would call that unique ability. I call it primary skill. When you are actually in that primary skill area, then your energy is compounding versus energy draining. Okay. Remember when I said, Nick, that just because you could solve a problem didn't mean that's a problem you're supposed to be solving? See, many years ago, Gary Wicker, I coached people on how to write books. And I thought, well, I've written all these books. That'd be easy to coach people. And people paid in those days, 15 years ago, $10,000 for me to be their personal coach and how to write a book. And it took me all of 2 sessions with people to figure out that I was going to be miserable. They would show up and say, well, I'm having a hard time writing and I don't know if I'm qualified to do it. And they never did the assignments I gave them. And although we could generate income, it drained my energy. And I go, I don't need to be doing that. Then I go, I like coaching groups of people. This goes to Brant's question and thought pattern. Because I get energy from people. It doesn't drain energy. Okay. I like coaching in certain environments. I like the back and forth. I like this. This is a good return on my energy. Okay. So just remember, you have a superior ability. I believe it was given to you at birth. Has to be found, refined, nurtured. When you're operating in that area, the world is going to reward you. And we'll talk about the 6 rewards later today. But you're going to go, now that was cool. I actually loved doing that. How do I do more of that? And that's why return on energy is so important. Finding that sweet spot. Okay. I think we've had a great morning so far. I want to thank you for keeping your cameras on and engaging with me. We're really hitting home with a lot of cool things here. We're going to take 30 minutes for lunch here. What I want you to do is this is the last chance to book a coaching call. The coaching call is real important because we have great coaches, number one. And number two, they're going to help you get more clear in exactly what you're trying to extract. I believe it is the learner's responsibility to extract maximum value from the experience. And so how do you do that? You say, this is exactly what I want to get from coach. Some of you need confidence. Some of you need courage. Some of you need structure. Some of you just need permission for me to go do it. Let's move you from A to B. So book a coaching call with your coach. You'll be glad you did. And we're going to take a 30-minute lunch. Don't leave the room. Stay in the room. Get you a bite to eat. And let's come back and let's get after 30 minutes from number one. And let me say this. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being committed to your bigger future because I love coaching people who want to play at the next level. Have a great lunch.
Looking for a better way to get up out of bed instead of getting on the internet and checking a new hit me get up. First shot, come strut walking, a little bit of humble, a little bit of cautious, somewhere between like Rocky and Cosby's for the game. Nope, y'all can't copy yet. Glad moonwalking, and this here is our party. My posse's been on Broadway, and we did it all way. Grown music, I shed my skin and put my bones into everything I record to it. And yeah, I'm on. Let that stage light go and shine on down. Got that Bob Barker suit game and Plinko in my style. Money, stay on my craft and stick around for those pounds. But I do that to pass the torch and put on for my town. Trust me, on my INDEPENDENT, this hustling. Chasing dreams since I was 14 with the 4-track bustin'. Halfway across that city with the back crush shit. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give that to the people, spread it across the country. Labels out here, now they can't tell me nothing. We give it to the people, spread it across the country.
Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Here we go back, this is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
Now, can I kick it? Thank you, yeah, I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanna go fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. Y'all can't stop me, go hard like I got an 808 in my heartbeat. And I'm eating at the beat like it gave a little speed to a great white shark on Shark Week. Raw, time to go off, gone, deuces goodbye. I got a world to see, and my girl, she wanna see Rome. Caesar make you a believer, nah, I never ever did it for a throne. That validation comes from giving it back to the people now. Sing this song and it goes like Raise those hands, this is our party. We came here to live life like nobody was watching. I got my city right behind me. If I fall, they got me. Learn from that failure, gain humility, and then we keep marching. I
Can we
said,
go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. So we put our hands up. So we put our hands up. Let's go. And all my people say, that's right. And all my people say, and all my people say, can we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. If you love somebody, better tell them why they're here, 'cause they just may run away from you. You'll never know quite when, well, then again it just depends on how long the time is left for you. I've had the highest mountains, I've had the deepest river. You can have it all, but life keeps moving. I'll take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Been waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I've tried to cut these corners, try to take the easy way out. I kept on falling short of something. I could have gave up then, but then again I couldn't have, 'cause I've traveled all this way for something. I take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Been waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up when you make it round. But get up now, get up now. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up when you make it round. But get up now, get up now. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting as long as hold me there for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Dreaming of this child. I'm on top of the world.
lose my friends, and the walls are caving in. Welcome to the bitter end. Got no time to play pretend. Cross my heart and hope to die. Write down and close my eyes. Same story, different night. It happens every time. And I'm losing my head, I'm losing my heart. Break out to break down. I'm doing my best and losing my mind. Brace for the calm down. Blame it on the chemicals. I can't use a miracle. I'm losing my head, I'm losing my heart. Blame it on the chemicals. I can't use a miracle. Walking on my broken bones. Can I beat the sun back home? Got your arrow through my chest. Truth is I've been seeing red. Cross my heart and hope to die. Write down and close my eyes. Same story, different night. It happens every time. And I'm losing my head, I'm losing my heart. Break out to break down. I'm doing my best and losing my mind. Brace for the countdown. Blame it on the chemicals. I can't use a miracle. I'm losing my head, I'm losing my heart. Blame it on the chemicals. I can't use a miracle. Blame it on the chemicals. I can't use a miracle. Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you.
I'm hanging on by a thread, and all I'm clinging to is prayers. And every breath is like a battle. I feel like I ain't come prepared. And death's knocking on the front door. Pain's creeping through the back. Fears crawling through the windows, waiting for them to attack. They say don't get bitter, get better. I'm working on switching them letters. But tell God I'ma need a whole lot of hope, keeping it together. I'm smiling in everyone's face. I'm crying whenever they leave the room. They don't know the battle I face. They don't understand what I'm going through. The world trying to play with my soul. I'm just trying to find where to go. I'm trying to remember the way. I'm trying to get back to my home. But I can't do this on my own. That's why I'm just trusting in you. Cause I don't know where else to go. And I don't know what else to do.
Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you.
They say fear haunts you and pain hates. I say pain strengthens and fear drives faith. And I don't know all of the outcomes, don't know what happens tomorrow. But when that ocean of doubt comes, don't let me drown in my sorrow, and don't let me stay at the bottom. I feel like this hole is too deep to climb. I've been looking for a way out, but I'll settle for a peace of mind. Picking up the pieces of my life and hoping that I put together something right. Tell me all I got is all I need. Tell me you gon' help me stay and fight. The world tryna play with my soul. I'm just tryna find where to go. I'm tryna remember the way. I'm tryna get back to my home, but I can't do this on my own. That's why I'm just trusting in you, cause I don't know where else to go, and I don't know what else to do.
No, don't let the fear make you feel like you can't fight this on your own. You know I'll be there for you no matter. No, just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you.
You know I'm back, like I never left. Another sprint, another step. Another day, another breath. Been chasing dreams, but I never slept. I got a new attitude and a lease on life is a peace of mind. Seeking to find I can sleep when I die. Want a piece of the pie, got the keys to the ride and shit. I'm straight. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Get up my way. I'm running late. What can I say? I heard you died twice. Once when they bury you in the grave, and the second time is the last time that somebody mentions your name. So when I leave here on this earth, did I take more than I gave? Did I look out for the people, or did I do it all for fame? Legend is Exodus, searching for euphoria, trudging through the mud to find the present, no ignoring. I got 20,000 deep off in the street like we some warriors. My mama told me never bow your head. Whoa.
I feel glorious, glorious. Got a chance to start again. I was born for this, born for this. It's who I am. How could I forget? I made it through the darkest part of the night, and now I see the sunrise. Now I feel glorious, glorious. I feel glorious, glorious.
I'm feeling glorious. The crib looking Victorian. You know that we've been going it since we hopped out that DeLorean. On guard, things are just things. They don't make you who you are. Can't pack up a U-Haul and take it with you when you're gone. We posted on the porch, my family's glasses to the stars. My grandma smiling down on me like, whoop, that boy got bars. Okay, okay, yes I do. I said amen and hallelujah, let me testify to another morning. I'm on it, won't let self get in my way. I got my breath, I got my faith, and I remember why I
I feel
came.
glorious, glorious. Got a chance to
twice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, don't be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Yeah, sugar, sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sweet talking lady, love how you entice. Sugar with just the right amount of spice. Charm in the loop and everyone's desire. She's out to get you, you can't run, you can't hide. She's something mystical in color lights. I say, so far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, well, baby, don't you be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? But you won't get me tonight. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, sugar, how you get so fly? This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop. Skip it. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Bitch, say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk
something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. I said uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you said and flown it. If you freak dead and own it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you said and flown it. Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Come on, say what?
Me not working hard. Yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything
Take advantage of the night, cause tomorrow I'm off to do battle, perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. It's insane the way the name growing, money keep flowing. Hustlers moving silent, so I'm tiptoeing. So keep blowing, I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
tonight. I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything.
Reach for the stars, and if you don't grab them, you should fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna fall on top of your girl. What I'm involved with is deeper than the Masons, baby, baby, and it ain't no secret. My family's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, darling. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight.
talking and drinking what we could find. Burning all those candles and staying up through the night. We make reservations for the places we know we never tried. But then no, we found some rich love. I remember feeling broke as a bottle of wine. I didn't move to the city to count on my pennies of worship the Hollywood sign. Just say, hey man, nice to meet you. This should take everyone last time. And I know, cause I found some fake love.
Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house, play that music too loud.
All right, we're back. Hope you had a great lunch. And we're ready to tackle some big things this afternoon. What I'd like to do is to get this energy going back. I'd like to get some real breakthroughs or what you took away from this morning session so that we can talk about, because we're about to move into part 2, which is going to be one of my favorite parts, which is getting you out of a success trap. So as you come back, turn your cameras on so I could see those pretty faces. Okay, I got my hair fixed this morning. I'm ready to rock and roll. Okay, we're showing up. I'm seeing a lot of your messages on Instagram. Thank you for the messages. Share that you're on this today, getting serious about your future. Because if you don't get serious about your future, other people's not going to get serious about it, folks. Okay, you're the first person that's going to make a decision and lay your amateur desires behind or lay it aside and make a decision to go pro. Okay, and that's really what we're doing is we're spending 2 days doing the deep work to get total clarity over that. So if Aaron Siegel's on here, Aaron was actually just here at the lodge with me yesterday. He got on a plane last night. He flew back to Denver, Colorado. So he actually came and spent 2 days with me this week. So Aaron, let's pull Aaron up because here's a guy who's doing the deep work and he's digging in. Are you a little sleepy today because you were on a plane last night to Denver?
Oh, yeah.
And tell me, what is it that this A to B, because you've gone through A to B, you've gone through my coaching certification. You saw me speak probably, 90 days ago, and you've really dug in deep, man. Aaron's on the move in with Coach Burt plan, right? And I like that. He's coming back to my conference next week. So Aaron, how is this hitting you? And what's the importance of doing the deep work on this, Aaron?
So I think the biggest thing that's really been triggering for me at this morning has been really evaluating the things that aren't working right now. So, we've spent a lot of time really on, what's that direction from A to B and taking my talent and bringing it to market. But then it's, what are the structures that are here that just aren't working for me? So that's been a big thing. And I think doing the work, right? It's everybody needs a coach, right? At the end of the day, like if I already had it all figured out, I wouldn't need a coach, but that's why I'm here.
It's why I have coaches. It's why we need coaches in our life. A good coach is trained to help you find and feel your missing structure. And we all have missing structures. Okay? We all have missing structures in the business and in our life. And remember, I keep using that word reposition. Actually, before today, I didn't use that word a lot. And it got me thinking about a Ram Charan book that he wrote called Know How. And he talked about how some executives had, they looked good, they had personality skills, they had good charisma, but they didn't know how to position and reposition a business. And I thought, now that's good. See, it's different today than it was in 2020. It's different today than it was, in some markets, it's different today than it was a year and a half ago. It's different than it was. And it's like, I equate that back to when I was a basketball coach. What worked here didn't work there. And I remember even in a championship year I had, what I had done worked 36 times out of 39 games. And I get in this one game, which was a championship game, and what I was doing didn't work. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, it's worked 36 times. But I don't have time to think about it. I don't have time to complain about it. I don't have time to whine about it. What I got time to do is to change it. And I made a slight shift. I said a good plastic surgeon never makes more than 2.2 millimeters of change. They never make more than 7 changes. They reposition something. So I believe a lot of people come to me and get into the What's Next mastermind with me because what they're doing is working, but it's not working like they think it could be working or it should be working. That's what Aaron's saying, is the deeper he goes, it's like, this is working, this ain't working. And that's okay. I'm bothered by this. I'm going to take this bother and I'm going to convert it into a breakthrough. All you do for other people is take their bothers and convert them to breakthroughs. You guys realize that, right? So the bothers I take away for people is they come to me and they lack clarity. And some people have lost their prey drive. Some people know there's another level for them. So we're moving to a part called the success trap. Okay. Now, when you got the workbook, the workbook says the success tramp. Okay. And that's another coaching program I'll do at a later time. Okay. If you want to be a success tramp. But the book should have said success trap. Okay. And so if you got the workbook, it's like, what is Coach Burt teaching us here? That was a typo that the team told me yesterday, that the books had been shipped out and it said the success tramp. So I apologize for that, but I did get a nice laugh out of it. Now, here's what we're talking about here in this session. How many of you have ever felt like you could be really good at a lot of things, but you're not dialed in? And I want to go back to 2018 when I hired a new president of my company, and she could do anything. I mean, and I remember one day having a meeting with her, and I said, you're so good at so many things. The problem is, I think you are caught in a success trap. And I don't think you found the one thing that you can be the best at. Okay. Now, the reason this is important is because to really go to the next level, there's got to be a laser-like focus. There's got to be a cutting away. If you ever read the book 10X is Easier Than 2X, he starts that book off by talking about Michelangelo. And at first I'm like, where is this going? Like, what does this got to do with 10Xing something? Well, Michelangelo spent a lot of time cutting away to make something beautiful. And he spent a long time on this one thing. And because he spent a lot of time on this one thing, he became great. And he was so good that all of the wealthy people wanted to hire him. He was in great demand because he was so good at doing this one thing. When you think about this statement, money changes hands when problems are solved. The bigger the problem, the more money people pay to solve the problem. You can solve bluegill problems, which are small problems that have small payouts. And you got to sell a lot of them. You could solve blue marlin problems that are big, juicy problems where you become an aspirational partner to your client. They actually need your skill set. They are glad to pay you what you charge because you help them go achieve something they couldn't achieve. Now, on the break, I was getting messages from people, and one of my top clients owned a construction company, a successful construction company. But he was always stressed and always unhappy and always emotionally taxed. And he sent me a message on the break that said, I'm selling these companies, the roofing company and the construction company. I've always wanted to coach people. I'm going to take an equity stake in smaller construction companies. I'm going to get 20 to 50% of those companies, and I'm going to show them how I became successful. And I said, I love this. I love this because this is what you're good at. This is what you want to do. This could be highly profitable and highly enjoyable. Notice that part, highly enjoyable to you. Okay, now we're getting some leverage. Now he's adding his skill set to these places. They most likely can't get to the level they would like to without his skill set. They become aspirational partners. He now has a piece of equity in these companies. He's got a huge upside to help them grow, and he's having more fun. Now you may say to me, why don't he just keep the construction company and the roofing company he has? And he could, but he's like, that creates a lot of stress for me. So I'd really like to be more of a consultant, more of a coach to these people, because that's kind of in me. Okay, great. If that's highly enjoyable and highly profitable, and that is your next move, then the only way to know is us go try it. Okay. So a success trap is this. A success trap is where you are a jack of all trades, but you are a master of none. Okay. I want you thinking this breeds you being a generalist versus a specialist. Now, I like to use doctors here because I coached one of the top doctors in the world, and he owned a health and wellness center in Houston, Texas. He built this practice to where it was about a 25 million cash-based business. Okay. Most doctors earn X number of dollars for their time and energy. If they work for a hospital, they earn X number of dollars. They work a lot of hours. He comes along and decides to be a specialist at getting people on a path to health and wellness minus the use of pharmaceutical drugs. That was his mission. And he had that goal because his father was dying. And as his father was dying, he said, I want you to do something for me, son. I want you to quit poisoning your patients. I want you to find a way to quit poisoning your patients. He was a regular MD. When his dad said that to him, he goes, I'm going to go study alternative medicine. I'm going to get people on a path to health and wellness, minus the use of pharmaceutical drugs, which he considered to be toxins to the body. Now, here's the point of that. He became a specialist. He said, I'm going to become the #1 health and wellness doctor in the world who teaches functional medicine. I'm going to get people on a path to health and wellness. And he said to me one day, I'm a great doctor, but I'm an even better marketer. Okay. He became clear. I asked Tim Grover one day, who's a good friend of mine, Michael Jordan's coach, Kobe Bryant's coach, Dwayne Wade's coach. I said, did any of those guys ever lose their confidence? Did any of those guys ever lose their confidence? Here's what he said to me. They never lost their confidence, but they did become distracted from time to time. Okay. How many of you have become distracted off your primary skill, got involved in something that was not the best use of your skill set, and now you're kind of caught and you're like, what am I doing? This was me with starting an insurance agency. I started an insurance agency because people told me I'd be great. I could recruit people all over the country. I could make residual income. And I go, okay, sounds like a great idea. And it became a distraction to me. I did not need to be into the insurance business. Could I recruit people? Sure. Could it become a passive income source? Yes. After years, it's not like it happens in the first year. Years of recruiting people, years of getting people on board, years of getting people excited about it. See, to me, it's like that was a trap. And I actually tell people now I only involve myself in intentionally congruent businesses. See, the Greatness Factory is an intentionally congruent business to the coaching company. The retreat sites are intentionally congruent businesses to the coaching company. The success schools we do for kids, intentionally congruent to the coaching company. The couples retreat me and my wife do, intentionally congruent to the coaching company. If I develop more products and services, it all goes back to the primary skill. So when I go to the board, here's what I want to tell you. This has to do with what's next. You have a primary skill. It is your talent. That skill can be used to do this and this and this and this, but they're all congruent with each other. See, this is what I figured out. Okay, I like retreats. Okay, what is the primary talent? Mine creating, packaging, delivering. That's my primary talent. Then I start going, okay, how could we do this? Well, we could do it at retreat sites. We could do it at Greatness Factories. We could create things that help young people. We could do couples retreats. It all goes back to the primary talent, the primary skill. It is not a trap like, okay, oh yeah, I think I can do that. Let me get involved in that. Oh yeah, I think I could do that. Let me get involved in that. See, it all goes back to what I call intentional congruence, where everything feeds everything, but it goes back to one skill. It goes back to one skill. Okay. So if I said to you, what is a success trap for you? It's like, man, I get involved in this and this and this and this and this, but it doesn't bring me joy. And it's not highly enjoyable and highly profitable. And I'm not really a specialist. I want you to think specialist. Why did Ed Mylett send me this guy to spend a day with me when he's Ed Mylett? Because I'm a specialist at packaging intellectual property for monetization. See, he said, I could coach you on this, but you need to go to Coach Burt for that. Why did Tim Grover just a few weeks ago send me the CEO of Yesley Water on how to speak and coach and package his intellectual property? Because Grover said, I'm a specialist at winning. Coach Burt's a specialist at helping you figure out what's next. You need to go to him. See, I'm getting referrals from the best people in the world because they go, Coach is the best at that. Why? See, several years ago, Brad Lee came to me. You guys may know Brad Lee, colorful character, good friend of mine. And he said to me, man, if I could just package my stuff like you, I'd be worth $1 billion. Can you help me package my message? And I said, sure, man. And we spent a day in Nashville. And I said, look, you got all this content. It's all over the place. You need a core message. You need to package this. And then he took that and has become a social media influencer and actually makes more money now from these other businesses, but he's not running the businesses. What he's doing is going out there, just giving a message, being him, being this character. So my point to you is success traps are generalist. Specialists make the most money. Okay. So I like to tell people I'm a specialist at activating the prey drive inside of a person through the deep psychology of 31 years of doing it, studying under the best people in the world, and then helping people to find, package, market, and monetize what makes them unique. Now, my buddy Tim Story, Lisa Galloway would call that an apostolic gift, the ability to reach inside of a person and pull out something and inspire them to go do it. Okay, you have a gift. If you haven't found that gift, refine that gift, package that gift, then you may be a generalist and not a specialist. So the success trap says, find this primary talent. And we're about to do an exercise on this. So Pete, you may ask me, how do I find the talent? We're going to get into that. This is your primary skill right here. And I didn't say it was 10 skills. It was one skill. Now I'm sitting in Houston, Texas, and I'm having a meeting with Natalia, who's here, which is Caleb's wife. And I said, what are you the best in the world at? Do you remember what you told me, Natalia? She said, I'm the best in the world at mobilizing a team toward a goal. And I said, that is a skill. How many of you believe that's a primary skill? Raise your hand. How many of you need somebody that can mobilize your team toward a goal? Okay, just call me and I'll broker the deal with Natalia and she can do it for you. Now, here's my point. When she said that to me, I'm like, now that is a valuable primary skill. How many people on here today need somebody to mobilize a team toward a goal? See, when I'm coaching you today, I need somebody mobilizing my team toward the numbers. That is a valuable skill. Attracting people, coaching people, developing people, mobilizing a team toward that's a specialist skill. Okay. Now, this is what I want you thinking as we do this exercise. You have a primary skill. That skill is where you can make the most money. It is where you could have the most fun. It is where you can get tremendous energy. It is some superior ability that you have. And yes, you could do 47 things, or you could go, you know what? This is what I do. So let's go back to Nick, my friend in the pool business. Nick can say, out of all the things I can do to grow this business, there's really one thing that I am the best at. Once he finds that one thing, and he specializes in that one thing, he's no longer caught in a success trap. He is now leveraging his primary skill to go do something big. What is that skill for you? Okay. Now, here's the exercise we're going to do. Question number 1. Right now, you're most likely participating in a lot of time wasters that you shouldn't be participating in. These are low value activities. You do this, you do this, you do this. This is a success trap. Okay. I have eliminated drama. I have eliminated managing a sales force. I have eliminated handling operational issues. I have eliminated a lot of things in my life because I go, let me sing the songs. Make sure I'm fresh and I'm excited and I'm well fed and I'm not hungry. And let me tell you something, I can get in there and sing all day long if you just keep me in this area. Okay. That is a high value. Number 2, what success trap are you caught in that drains your energy? What success trap are you caught in? When I think about this, sometimes I think about a college football team. I've been watching that show Swamp Kings about the University of Florida when Urban Meyer was there. And I think about the head coach as having a special skill set. I think about Hugh Freeze, who's the new head coach at Auburn. That dude can recruit and connect and communicate with people unlike almost anybody I've ever met. That's what he needs to be doing. And an offensive genius. He doesn't need to be driving the bus. He doesn't need to be handling the defense. He doesn't need to be handling this. He needs to be recruiting and coaching that offense to score touchdowns. That's what he needs to be doing. That's what he's the best in the world at. Okay. So what success trap are you caught in that doesn't move you toward the B? And question number 3, this is the best part. What would life be like if you spent the majority of your time playing in this specialized area? Would you be refreshed? Would you be excited? Would you be enthusiastic? If you got to wake up and go, man, 80% of my day is doing this, and how and who can help me go do this? See, these questions keep you thinking. Now, for the players on here that are playing small, like Steven said earlier, the reason you can't spend 80% of your time because you don't have any people helping you. And sometimes that's an assistant. Sometimes that's sometimes that's a helper. Like our family has a family assistant. She assists me. She assists my wife. And whatever comes up, hey, we need to pay this bill. Hey, we need to book flights here. Hey, we need to do this. And she is incredible. And it's like, hey, I need you to solve this problem. Oh, I had a nail in my tire the other day. Oh, I need you to go get me a new tire. Okay, great. That's all she does. She wakes up every day and she helps our family so we can move toward our B goals. And she's my assistant and my wife's assistant. So sometimes it's like, who can help me here so I can do this? See, it's a low value. My time going to the tire shop, sitting there for 4 hours, waiting on them to send a tire in. Okay. Hey, I need you to do this. I got it, coach. Okay, great. These are 3 big questions I want you to work through in this workbook exercise. We got to get you out of the success trap, guys, and into your specialist area. Let's take 5 minutes and work on this exercise. make sure we can hear you. Got the microphones on? Okay, you guys hear me okay now? All right, they're saying they can't hear me. Got it on, but it ain't on. Okay, how are we looking now? There we go. There we go. Okay, we good? You guys hear me now? That green on that side button means a little, I run that battery in the ground. He couldn't keep up with me, Brian Case. He could not keep up with me. Sometimes how my phone, you know how the phone has a Mophie on it? The Mophie. And the Mophie keeps it going when it runs out of steam. That's why I love that Mophie. Now, what we were talking about there is a success trap. How many of you, as a raise of hands, can feel yourself from time to time getting in that success trap? Raise your hand, please. Okay, so I was reading some of the notes on my lunch break that you had with your coaches. So I noticed, Brian Case, where you want to improve financial literacy with doctors. And, you know, when you're thinking about this is my B goal. This is what I want to wake up and do every day. Okay, the question then becomes, okay, between A and B, what do I need to do and who can help me do it? I'll give you an example right here. A lot of people come to me. I just had a group of people that came in for certification yesterday to get certified as a certified coach. And they say to me, well, I got an idea and I know what I want to do, but coach, I don't know how to package this. And I say, I don't package my intellectual property. I actually create it on my iPad, starts in my brain, goes to my iPad, then it goes to a packaging company. That's a project management company. Then I have a firm that markets, that handles the videos, that packages the videos in a certain way to get the increase on social media. See, I start with the idea and go, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to do a 2-day event called What's Next. I'm going to market that event through social media, paid ads, through my database. I want to package it up here, and I sit down and I write the content. And I go, okay, if I were helping a person go from A to B, what would I do? Okay, well, I would help them avoid the success trap. I would help them get total clarity over the B. I would remove confusion. I would focus on who can help them. Then I go, okay, this is what this is going to look like. My job is to come in and stay in that 80% of what I do best. Somebody else handles this step and this step and this step. Okay, so once you have the B, it's like, this is the highest use of my time. And I'm not allowing myself to get caught in a low value of my time. That is a success trap. Okay, so this is how this works. So when you're thinking about you, I feel like some of you on here are doing X, Y, and Z because you got nobody else to do it. And you may say, I don't want to spend the money to go do it. Well, you're not spending money, number one. You're investing money. Okay, and if you're investing money, those people can go do that to free you up, and you can produce 5 times the amount or 10 times the amount. Are you spending money or are you investing money? Okay, so and so this is how we got to think if we want to get to what's next. If I say we're about to get into magic number, if I say, Andy Asbury, my magic number is 25 million, or my magic number is this much passive income, now it's a matter of, okay, who can help me get there? Okay, now it's a matter of what do I need to be doing to get there? Okay, now let me give an example. I got asked to coach a tiny home community. They sell these tiny homes. Anybody ever seen these little tiny homes that are becoming a fad around America? They sell these things for, you know, 250,000 to 350,000. And they went for a period of time after the pandemic without selling any. The founder brought me in to coach the team, to activate the prey drive in the unit. I get in there, Brian Bowen, and I go, you know what? I could do this. Or I could just take the sales team over and use my unique skill set to help them reactivate the drive, get more serious. I could also bring in some key connections I have of agents who could do this, who are young, hungry. And I say, I will do this, but I'd like to get 12% per unit sold. Okay. And I have the discretion on what to pay the agent. Are you paying the agent 3%, 6%, depending on the leads? What if I could keep 6% per unit sold? 6% per $250,000 unit sold is roughly $15,000. So if I could help sell 4 of those per month, which I think we could, and that was 60 more thousand a month to me, times 12, that's 720,000 additional dollars for taking my skill set and adding it to their equation. They're happy because they're selling the homes. The agents are making more commission, and I'm capturing 15,000 per unit sold. Now, how many of you would like to make $720,000 from a side hustle? How many of y'all would like to think, well, that'd be a pretty good deal, right, Forrest? Hey, man, I'm going to come over here and sprinkle my skill set on this. Now, I didn't say it's easy, but is it possible? They have the units. They have the sales force. I have the expertise and the skill set. Let's put all of these 3 things together. Let's help them make a lot of money. And in the process, let's make some money. This is the way you need to be thinking. Okay. You need to be thinking, bring your skill set, sprinkle it on their plan. Okay. They go produce more. You participate in the spoils. Okay. This is a way to think. Okay. Success trap. Success trap is not me go in there and sell the tiny homes. It's me go in there and coach the people selling the tiny homes. Okay. And I just said, hey, this is going to be a good deal for you, be a good deal for me. And they took it. And just a few weeks ago, they did 400,000 in sales. And that's one of the first weeks they've sold anything in a long time. My goal is to get them to 400,000 a week. Okay. And if I can get them to 400,000 a week, now we're making some money and we're having fun. And as my buddy Milet said, winning is more fun than fun. Winning is more fun than fun is fun. Okay. So this is what the success trap is. Now, I mentioned the magic number, and let's get into that. And then we're going to let some of you share. And I'm going to bring Brian Case up on the next one. I'm going to bring Forrest up on the next one. So Forrest, I want you paying close attention on this one. Okay. And I'm going to bring Brian Bowen up on the next one. So I want you paying close attention on this. I'm going to go ahead and get you ready to share after we do this next exercise, because I'm sitting at dinner in Newport Beach, California, which is beautiful. I'm out there doing an event with my good friend, Tim Story, celebrity life coach. And I'm in Newport Beach. And I tell my new friend, Rob Luna, who is on Fox Business every week, I'm in Newport Beach. Man, let's go to dinner. And he says, great. I've got some things I want to ask you about building my coaching business. And I said, I have some things I want to ask you about building my wealth. And this guy's got double degrees, UCLA, Wharton. He's probably one of the smartest dudes I know when it comes to the economy, trends. He's actually speaking at my conference next week. So we go to dinner and we're sitting there at dinner in Newport Beach, California. And we have a white tablecloth that you can write on, which are the tablecloths I love. Okay. And I'm sitting there and he's asking me, okay, I think I want to do some boot camps. I think I want to do some coaching. I think I want to take my intellectual property and I want to package it for monetization. How do I do that? Okay. And I go, Rob, let's start with a little exercise called A to B. And I draw this on the tablecloth. I said, what does B look like to you? And he begins to tell me, man, I think I really want to coach people this way. I've got an online academy I want to do. I'm doing this. I say, great. And we go through this whole thing and I show him exactly how I can do it. And I say, well, you have a missing structure here and you have a missing structure here and you have a missing structure here. And then we go, I said, okay. He said, what do you want to do, coach? And I said, man, I want to build some serious wealth so that I never have to think about the money piece again, where all my future days are paid for. See, they asked Solomon how much money he needed, and here was his response: enough that I never have to think about it. Isn't that a good answer? Okay. He said, I don't have a number, but I need enough that I never have to think about it. Rob Luna said to me, he said, well, I got this concept that I'm going to write a book about at some point called The Magic Number. And he said, Coach, what is your magic number? And I go, I don't know. What is this magic number at B? He said, because if you could tell me the magic number, I could actually show you where you have missing structures that are not in place to help you move toward that number. He says, for example, you don't have a core philosophy about when you make money, what to do with that money. You don't have this in place. You don't have this in place. You don't have an investment philosophy. You seem to buy real estate because you like buying real estate and it appreciates in value. Not all of your real estate is cash flowing, but you're not diversified that much. And he began just walking through and kind of just in a matter of just seconds. You don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have this. And this is what I would do with you, Coach. But it all begins with this one thing, the magic number. Okay. Now I want you thinking, what could the magic number be for you? Because is it part of what's next? I look at it like this: body, mind, heart, spirit, economic, mental, emotional, spiritual. Body's need is to live. It's to meet the economic realities of the world. The reason you need a big B and you need a lot of money is because you need a lot of money to do big things. The money fuels the purpose. The money fuels the moves. Without the money, I can't build greatness factories. I can't market success schools for kids. I can't buy a lodge. So I need the money from the business. And I say, you don't want the money. You want what the money can buy. So the magic number could be any of these things. Okay. It could be, I want you to write these down if you're taking notes, because this is what's next for a lot of people. If you're in the financial services business and you're not using the exercise A to B, you should be. And you need to ask people, what is your magic number? See, it could be passive income. That could be your magic number. So I had my accountant and my assistant one day figure out exactly how much it costs to live at our current lifestyle. What is the number we need to hit every month to reach profitability? What is the number to have this amount of profit? What is the amount of passive income we need that exceeds our living expenses? That's part of what's next. Number two, is it a total revenue number for you? And if your business does this and you have this much profit margin, you have this much money left over. Is it total holdings? Okay, because it could be, well, you've got this real estate or whatever, but it's illiquid. You'd have to sell it to cash out. See, do you have that some things in place that you go, you know what, if I had to do this, I could use the equity, I could do this. What is the magic number for you? And the reason this is important is because between A and B, things have to happen to move that magic number. I'll go back to this lodge. If I said I wanted this lodge to generate $100,000 of passive income, and I said right now it's generating X amount of income, then what are these missing structures here? And if you remember, I said earlier, I need to hire a marketing company, which I did, that generated leads. Then I need a salesperson to call the leads. Then I need somebody to show up and show the property to do this. See, for a long time I would talk about it, think about it, and I never took mental creation into physical action. I would just sit at night with my wife at dinner and go, you know what, I really do wish that lodge generated passive income for us. And she would say, well, we need to get the landscaping better, and we need to do this, and we need to do this, and that required Guess what that required, Bob? Money. Right? And we need a parking lot and we need this. How many of you see that drives this magic number? I don't care what the number is. You just make the number up. All numbers are made up. Yes or no? See, you could tell me I need 25 million. Okay. Why do you need 25 million? You could tell me I need 500,000 a year. Okay. For what reason? You could tell me. See, when I went to my partner, when I bought the jet, I said, how much do you think it would cost me to fly private everywhere? And he said, I think, $250,000 to 500,000 a year to fly private everywhere. Okay. That's a magic number. If it's 500,000 a year, but that gets me home 40 more days a year versus away from my 3 kids, is it worth it? If I avoid emotional tax, is it worth it? If I'm happier, is it worth it? If I have to stay in less hotels, is it worth it? If my wife is happier by seeing me, is it worth it? See, the magic number is any number that you make up over here that is part of the B. And it's like, what's next? Okay, boom, I'm doing this next. Boom, I'm doing this next. Okay, now, just to give you an example, I had another jet company come to me and they said, look, if you will buy another jet without a partner, own it 100%, we will rent that jet double the amount that your jet is being rented. You will have, he said, how much money are you currently paying to fly? I said, well, $250,000 to $500,000. He said, that number will be gone if you put your jet with us. You'll actually fly for free because we will rent that jet at double the amount that the current company you're using is renting it when you're not using it. Does everybody see that? Now, then I'm like, okay, what do I have to do? Go acquire another jet. That's capital. Take the equity from the one I have, go buy another one. Now, that magic number here, but guess what? Now I've picked up $250,000 more that I'm currently spending if that were true. If he could actually do this. Okay, if he can't do it, then it doesn't work. But if it did, see, I may say I want 40 more days at home. That's part of the B. See, this is why you got to get clear on what your magic number is. What do you want the business to do? And let me tell you a crazy story. When I was many years ago, I started this business. I only had 3 employees. And I walked in one day and here's what I said. We're going to do 833,333.33 every 30 days. That's our revenue number. And I had a guy, he got so mad that he quit that day when I said that. He's like, you're crazy. We can't do $833,000. He said, I quit. And he literally got up, walked out the back door. If you do 333.33 every 30 days, you do that 12 straight times, that's $10 million. I was basically said, this is our magic number. We're going to do 10 million a year in this coaching business. Okay. And he said, you can't do it. And the truth is, he was probably right. You couldn't do it with 3 people. But that didn't mean I couldn't think it. And that didn't mean I didn't have a goal of getting there. But if that were your goal and you said, I'm going to do $10 million a year in revenue and I'm operating on a 41% profit margin, so I'm going to make 4.1 million a year. Okay. Who do we need to do this? Who do we need on our team? Do we need 50 salespeople? Do we need 4 salespeople? Do we need a marketing? Do we need a product or service? How do we do this to get here? Okay, this is how we figure this out. Okay, and what I find is people live in fantasy and then they live in catastrophizing. They fantasize and they catastrophize. They vividly visualize what something could be. How many of y'all have the gift of vivid visualization? It means you can see it in your brain. What if many people use that gift in a destructive way to go from vivid visualization to catastrophizing, which means they go from I can see it, I can see it, I can see it. And when it doesn't, when I don't get into physical creation, I actually go all the way to negative town. Oh, I'll never be able to do that. Oh, I'm not good enough to do that. Oh, this will never happen. I can never be that big. They fantasize and they catastrophize. Here's what I'm trying to show you. Jerica, that's an interesting name. I like that. We vividly see it in our mind. We have been given the gift of imagination. We have to take physical steps to move to physical creation, or it never happens. And part of your physical creation, as Aaron Siegel would tell you, is finding the right people who can bring the structure and the think and the system to you. Okay? So to close this exercise, when I made a decision I wanted this lodge to generate $100,000 of passive income, if I didn't hire the marketing company and get the salesperson and figure out who can do this, I'm doing all of this. And that is caught in a success trap. Could I do it? Yes. Could I answer the phone and take the calls? Yes. Could I close the deals? Yes. Could I come out here and show the lodge? Yes. But I could do it for $100,000. What if I said I need to be over here so we could generate $500,000, $1 million, 10 million, 15 million? See, that is a better use of time than this. This is why knowing your magic number is so important. So I'll end this session by saying this: how much oxygen do you need? How much oxygen does a person need? Enough that they never have to think about it. Okay. For you, what do you need to go hit your goals? And I like Sullivan's answer. How much money do you need? Enough that I never have to think about it. I never have to think about if I'm staying in a nice hotel. I never have to think about what I'm going to have for dinner. I never have to think about if I need to donate money to charity, if I want to donate, because I coached a guy who said, I want to give $1 million a year to charity. That was his because goal. But he said, for me to give away $1 million, my business has to do 5 million. Everybody see that? And that, my friends, is the magic number for him. Okay. Now, I appreciate Rob Luna pushing me on that, because he is a true expert at what he does. And that's why I work with him. Okay. So he can get me to my magic number. He's one of my coaches. Okay. So when you think about this, number one, the exercise is, what is your magic number? What is your magic number? Number two, why is this number meaningful to you? Why? Okay, this is not find your why. This is like, why is this important? Why do you want to do that? Number three, that's it. Those two questions. What is the magic number? And number two, why is this important to you? Okay, you could have a magic number for 10 different things, by the way. Okay, if you ever, I'm sure we have some insurance people on here, and I always like to poll insurance people and ask them, how much life insurance should a person have? You would be shocked at how many of those answers are different. It's like, well, you need 5 times the amount of what you're doing. You need 20 times the amount of what you're doing. You need this. Okay. It's like, what's the magic number there if something were to happen to you so that your wife and kids never have to worry about anything again? See, that's a magic number. Your financial number is a magic number. Okay. So when we come back, I'm going to be asking the gentleman that I said I'm going to call on some questions about the last 2 sessions and what they took away from these sessions. But this one is, what's your magic number and why does that matter to you? And you don't have to share your number, by the way. You could just say, this is something that's undercapitalized right now. This is an asset that is undercapitalized. Okay. And I want to activate the asset. And we all have undercapitalized assets. So let's take 5 and let's work on this exercise, and we'll come back and do some group shares. All right. All right. We're back. And hopefully this is driving some structure for you. Russell Kirk, is this driving some structure for you? And what we're trying to do here? See, what I'm trying to do is take real complicated things and break them down into bite-sized chunks. And what I think a good coach does for a person is create a structural tension between where a person is and where they want to go. And the way they do that is by asking hard questions and bringing structure. Okay. And then you go, okay, boom. This is what I need to do next. This is my next physical creation move. So let's bring Russell Kirk up, and then I'm going to bring Brian and Forrest up, and I'm bringing one more up too. Brian Case, Brian Bowen. Russell, tell me about what you're trying to do.
So, Coach, I am currently a private practice oral surgeon, and I realize that I am limited in the amount of service I can provide for patients, and I want to build upon my expertise and start teaching other dentists those skills so we can grow their practices, and I can force multiply.
Yep. It's so interesting because I had another oral surgeon just last week come and look at the Greatness Factory, and he had a similar desire as you. And so think of it like this. You have all of the raw materials, the intellectual capital, the unique methods that you've used. Now, I say it, the formula we use has helped a person find their X factor. And if you've already found it, it's like, this is my unique skill set. Now we need to package it. Then we need to market it. Then we need to monetize it. And what we're really monetizing is your unique skill set that other people would pay for to help them do X. So I always say you bring X skill set, it produces Y. If you bring your skill set X to Y problem, produces Z result. And if we can work through that formula with you, find, package, market, monetize, then we move to packaging and selling your intellectual property, which could be sold through online academies, courses, boot camps, retreats, coaching programs, high-end masterminds. There's an endless number of ways that your intellectual property could be marketed and sold to the marketplace, producing, as you said, leverage, because there's one of you. You know, even when I do coaching, even what you're seeing me do here today is one to many versus one to one, right? Yeah. So that's a force multiplier. Is that we figured out how to do that over many years. So that's good. Okay, so you got something we can work with there. You got a clear B, and you're here because you want to learn how to move toward that B.
Correct.
Okay, good. And what if I told everybody on this call that part of learning is observing how people do something? See, when I go to coaching programs, I'm watching how they do it. How do they do what they do? How do they package it? How do they market it? How do they sell it? Okay, I'm learning just as much from the experience as I am from the coaching. And that's why when people come here to the lodge with me, they see, okay, this is how he does retreats. This is how he handles the hospitality. This is who he does the coaching. This is how he packages intellectual property. Okay, so we're learning while we're learning. Okay, all right, Forrest. Okay, Rocco, what I mean by body, mind, heart, and spirit is physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. See, part of my What's Next program for me personally is I feed all four parts of my nature: physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. So I'm not successful in one role, but failing in another role. I call it the successful failure. So I'm succeeding over here, but I'm failing over here. No different than I could be a great businessman and a lousy father, or a great father and a lousy businessman. Okay. And I got that from Jimmy Evans, who's a pastor in Texas. He did a sermon once on how to turn failure into success. And I wrote down, and he talked about the 7 ways the world measures success. The world measures success by fame, popularity, money, power, status, education, right? He said, this is how the world measures success. Well, there's other ways to measure success too. So I wrote down in my notebook, the successful failure is I could be successful in one area, but be failing in another. So I don't want to be, that's why I want to get my body, my mind, my heart, and my spirit where it needs to be. And part of my program of what's next is feeding all 4 parts and not sacrificing one for the others. Okay. All right. Great question right there. All right. Forrest, I've seen you before, I believe, sir.
Yes, you have, sir.
Okay. And you got successful. Are you in the martial arts business?
No, I'm not in the martial arts business. But
What business are you in?
Well, I'm primarily in ministry, but I want
That's
to
right.
develop a program for
That's
men.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember now. I remember exactly. I'm coaching I'm coaching another Forrest that's in the martial arts business. Okay. Okay. So tell me where you are in relationship to, I've got a vision. I'm at A and I want to get to B. Where are you in relationship to actual manifesting that versus when the last time you came and went through, I think you went through another program with me.
Yeah. So I took action last time I went through, I think it was Purpose to Profit. And I started a program and I had like four people in it, and it went well.
Okay.
But I got a little sidetracked. I got kind of in my head and I took I retreated.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I need to restart. Like the bad thing is I really enjoyed it. I kind of let boldness.
Yeah.
Somebody I let somebody, some words and some things that happened take away my boldness.
Yeah.
And, and so I realized, those things got in the way that took me away from moving forward in the program.
Okay. All right, good. Now here's the good news. You started and you had a program and you had 4 people. Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. Everybody remember that when I told you that we signed that $450,000 agreement many years ago to work in the prison system? What if I told you that agreement started because I did a workshop one night that 2 people showed up at? And my assistant, it was me and my assistant, that's all I had in those days. And she said, Coach, why don't you just cancel the workshop because there's only 2 people and it's been a long day and why don't you go on home? And I go, no. Did they pay the money? And she said, yes. And I said, okay, then I'm going to show up and coach. And I was supposed to go for 2 hours and I went for 3.5 hours. And on one of the breaks, the woman was a CEO of a $40 million company who handled recidivism, offenders, getting them out and keeping them out. And she walked up to me and said, you're exactly what we've been looking for. Come see me tomorrow. And we want you to be the coach of our entire company and coach all of our people because they've never had personal development. And I went the next day and we ended up signing a 4-year, $450,000 agreement as a result of that workshop for 2 people. So to Forrest's point, he initiated the Pray Drive. He got started and then he let an external factor kind of break his spirit a little bit and contract. It's okay. It's okay. Garth Brooks, let me make you feel good. Garth Brooks came to Nashville and stayed less than 24 hours for us. And one person told him, you just need to pack it up and get in your pickup truck and go back to Oklahoma. And he did it. He's like, okay. And he went all the way back to Oklahoma. And then he came back and then he became Garth Brooks. Now, so here's the good part. He got started. Now let's find the missing structure and let's go back again because doing it with 4 people still gives you proof. What if I told you I'm coaching a sales team right now for us with 4 people and only one of them's on board with me? One of the 4 is really on board. But guess what? They're still getting results. And I told the owner of the company the other day, man, hey, even JC didn't get them all. Now, here's my point. If we get 2 of these guys on board out of the 4, you're going to make a lot more money. So we're not going to focus on the people who ain't on board. We're going to focus on the one that is on board because he's actually on fire for this. So let's stay focused here. So good for you, man. It's good to see you back and good to see you back in the game. Okay. All right. Let's move to, I want to bring up a few people. Brian Case. And then Brian Bowen. All right, Brian Case, tell me what you got here, sir.
Hey, Coach. Thanks for all this. So my background is I was in wealth management for 25 years, sold the business about 1.5 years ago, served most lead positions, and learned through that career that well, that career and the marriage to my wife, who's also a physician, how poor the well-being is, how bad the burnout situation is for physicians. Suicide rates are terrible. It's a big problem in healthcare. What I realized in my work is that I could have a big impact on their well-being by bringing down their stress levels.
Yes. Yeah.
It's human nature. If you're stressed about money, you're stressed about everything else.
That's right. That's right.
So my mission now is to have a big impact on that. Not like arm wrestling like it was for 25 years, but with some pretty big organizations to improve the financial literacy of physicians and therefore bring down that stress level and hopefully improve their well-being in general.
Now, that's what I would call a big because goal. A because goal is a big reason you do something because of this. Okay. Now, my question would be, when he has this big mission that's part of his B, now he's got to package that concept in a way that they could get and be attracted to. Then he's got to market it. Then he's got to go deliver it. Okay. So remember, the formula typically for what's next is I got to find this. I got to package it. I got to market it. I have to monetize it. And many times there's a part of that cycle that people struggle with. And when people come to me, it's typically packaging. It's typically the marketing. It's typically the attracting people to it. So he's got a big concept. Now it's just a matter of, okay, let's go execute this, help a lot of people. And are you currently doing it, Brian, or is that part of your new mission after you sold the company?
Yeah, I'm currently doing it. I'm just not doing it at scale. So that's that's really what I'm looking to do. Is I've got some traction. I've got all the right people at the table. It's really a matter of, like you're saying, packaging it, and then figuring how to monetize it is where I'm getting a bit stuck. I'm used to being the business owner, and I'm myself being an influencer instead. Like I'm just part of this much, much bigger thing. So I think that's my biggest struggle right now. Is it's not what I want to do, or even how to do it. It's the structure, like you're talking about. What are those pieces that are missing?
Yeah. And I think, just remember, packaging is anything the consumer can feel, touch, taste, or see. And the packaging to me is everything when you're marketing an idea. People are attracted to concepts. Now, how he articulates the problem and his skill set is very important to this equation so people can get it. And I learned that the hard way. Many years ago, I wrote a book called Zebras and Cheetahs, and I thought everybody would understand it, but they did not. They thought the cheetah ate the zebra, and they thought it was a kid's book. And so I learned a valuable lesson about calling things what they are. So think like this: package your purpose. What's next? Why did I call this mastermind What's Next? Why do I call it? Because it's literally helping you get clear on what's next. Call it what it is and see how you can explain it in a way. Okay. All right. So good. That's good. I'm excited about that one. All right, Brian Bowen, finish us off here. Then we're going to take a bio break, which when I first started doing this, I'm like, now what does that mean? That means a bathroom break, folks. Bio break means bathroom break. Okay. So Brian Bowen.
Yes, sir.
How you doing today? What do you take? What are you absorbing from this? I'm good, man. I'm having fun.
I'm really gaining what I really need to focus on. Every morning I get busy doing what I need to do, and I don't focus on what my goals are. And so through this, I'm learning what my B's are. It's driving me to go forward. I think you said in another book, the way you classify me is I'm a pessimistic optimist.
Oh yeah. Defensive pessimist. Yep.
Yes. So I see my goals, but then I see everything that's tripping me up. And so this is really helping me focus and understand what I need to do going forward.
Nice. Now he's caught up in what I call, there's a couple things I talked about this in the book Zebras and Cheetahs, as I call it the current of the urgent. And the current of the urgent is I got to keep the trains moving. So remember, on the weekends when my mind is free, Daniel, I think about what I really want to do. I draw it up in my notepad, and then I get to work on Monday, and I got to keep the trains moving. So I'm caught up in the current of the urgent. This is why I developed the concept retreat to attack. If you ever see me promote retreat to attack, it's like we're going to get away, we're going to get clear, we're going to get a strategy, and we're going to go attack. And we're going to move toward that B. Okay? So we're not just caught in, that really is caught in a success trap in some ways. It's like I'm successful, but it's doing it, and it's doing it, and it's doing it, and it's doing it. And I get over here, this is what I want to do, and it's doing it. So this is a very important concept that he's getting clear in his B. Now to go from mental creation to physical action. Physical action is what's the next right step for me to take. Typically a who. Who can help me? I got a vision. Boom. Who can help me? Okay. Now, let me say this before we take the bio break, which is a bathroom break. Each person was assigned a coach for this event. I want to let you know that you can book a call by responding to your coach. Okay. They are there to help you. These are all coaches who have been well-trained, well-coached, and they are there to help you as you work through, like, what is my next move? Who can help me? How can Coach Burt help me move from A to B? Okay. And then, as I said, tomorrow we'll extend an invitation for you to become part of the What's Next Mastermind and be coached personally by me and keep you moving toward your goals. Okay. And we have some of our What's Next members who are actually here, and we're going to bring 3 of those members up tomorrow to talk about the transformation that they're experiencing in their life to get clear on where they're going. Okay. So take advantage of the coaching. Take advantage of getting the one-to-one coaching call. Okay. All right. Let's take a bio break. I think we're at 5 minutes right here on the bio break. Use the restroom and stay in the room. And then when we come back, we're moving into part 3, which is going to be powerful. How do I locate my primary skill? Okay. And there's going to be some big revelations on locating the primary skill that would be used to move us toward the B. Okay. 5 minutes. We'll see you back on locating the primary skill.
There's a moment in your bones when the fire takes over. Blood is running, heart is pumping as the battle gets closer. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming out, we can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever want. Swinging like Ali, knocking out bodies, standing on top like a champion. Keep your silver, give me that gold. You'll remember when I say we can be heroes everywhere we go. Keeping us down is impossible, 'cause we're unstoppable. Oh, we're unstoppable. We're unstoppable. Every spotlight, every soundbite, everybody who gave up is just a fuel for wanting him more than anybody against us. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming now, we can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever want. Swinging like Ali, knocking out bodies, standing on top like a champion. Keep your silver, give me that gold. You'll remember when I say we can be heroes everywhere we go. Keeping us down is impossible, 'cause we're unstoppable. Oh, we're unstoppable. We're unstoppable. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming out, we can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever want. Swinging like Ali, knocking out bodies, standing on top like a champion. Keep your silver, give me that gold. You'll remember when I say we can be heroes
melody right before you dive deep in the ocean of a million stars. God, it feels so good. I wish I could have it all my life. Live this moment for life. Have it all my life. Live this moment for life. Let the music play. I wish I could have this moment all my life. Go forward and forget about.
All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. It's good to see everybody. We're digging in and we're getting better and we're getting clear. Okay. And we're getting clear. And I was thinking about Dr. Kirk right there because he actually signed up for What's Next probably a few weeks ago. And just saw it, went online, got into the program. And so it's good to see him digging in right here today and getting better at this concept because, man, just packaging his intellectual property and taking it to the marketplace is going to really be big. And I'd be interested, you know, with Dr. Kirk, do you want to package it into, see, this is very important because when we're packaging primary skill, what we're about to get into is he may say, I have this skill and I want to package it into boot camps. He may say, I want to package it into books. He may say, I want to package it into licensing. See, he may say, I want to package it into retreats, which will be different than boot camps. He may say, I want to package it into one-to-one high performance coaching. Look at all the ways that he could package his primary skill. Now let's bring Dr. Kirk back up for 1 second. Is he on? It's not on? Okay. Because what I was going to say there is there's a primary skill there. And it's not just being an oral surgeon. Does everybody understand that? You may say, I do X, but that's not your primary skill. Your primary skill is a subset of that. Like I could say I'm a coach, right? Like that's what I do. I'm a coach. But what I really do is help people find, package, market, monetize. What I really do is help people get total clarity over their future. What I really do is activate that prey drive. Does everybody see how that's a primary skill? Okay. And that'd be different than me saying I'm just a coach. So if Lisa Galloway said to me, I'm in the insurance business, that's not a primary skill. She may say, my primary skill is this connection to people, helping people figure this out, lowering walls of resistance. Okay. Getting people to talk to me, like that may be a primary skill. So when we're thinking about this concept of primary skill, which is what we're covering in this section, a lot of people think of it as what you do, but it's not what you do. Okay. It's actually a skill set that you have, okay, of you basically taking a concept and saying, this is exactly what I do. Now, this is when I had a revelation about something. So I'm 25 years old, 25. I'm a coach, high school basketball coach, and I wrote a book. Okay. This is exactly how it happened with me. I knew I loved inner engineering people. I knew I loved building competitive intelligence. I knew I loved the motivational side, the psychology side of winning. I like the X's and O's. I like winning. But what I really like doing was preparing and packaging concepts and motivating the players. I loved going over and studying Covey and taking what I was learning from Covey and the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, packaging it up, and then presenting it to my players. See, this is what I love doing. So I'm winning games. Let's call that a demonstrated capacity. Every person on here has a demonstrated capacity. That is a capacity you have that you have demonstrated a talent in. Okay, you take the parable of the talents. The master said, take what I've given you and bring it back with interest. Each person was given money. A talent in the Bible was a sum of money based on their individual abilities. Take the money and bring it back with interest. The ones that brought it back with interest, the master said, well done, good and faithful servant. Now, here's the concept here. Is you have a demonstrated capacity based on your past. Okay? Based on your past. That demonstrated capacity is used to help someone else. Remember that part? That's the fundamental relationship between your skill set, your past, your demonstrated capacity, and their problem or ambition. Okay? When I wrote the book, people asked me to speak. Will you come out and speak? And here's what they said. Will you motivate our people? That means to move. And I go, sure. I'll come out and speak. I went and spoke, and they said, we enjoyed this. Will you come back? And I go, okay. And they begin to pay me. Now, around those days, I was making $2,500 a month coaching. I was working 80 hours a week, and the output of that was $2,500 per month, which is around $30K a year. Everybody see that? Okay. I go speak at Dell Computers, and they paid me more than that for 1 hour. And I can't remember exactly what. It's more in an hour than I made in a month. Maybe it's $5,000, $10,000. But in 1 hour versus 80 hours. And I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? This is crazy. I just made more in an hour, and I'm killing myself over here. This is where A to B comes in. I'm over here at A, and I'm making $2,500 a month, working 80 hours a week, and I just made, let's just say $5K for 1 hour. And I had a revelation. Revelation is a sudden, dramatic moment. Sudden, dramatic moment. And I go, boom. I think I can do this. I started developing, if you ever read my books, I talk a lot about a dominant aspiration, which is a B. This is what I used to call B, dominant aspiration. Big goal. Collins called it a big, hairy, audacious goal. Dominant aspiration, B. I started going, what if I use this skill? What is this skill? Is it motivating people? Is it codifying concepts? And then one day at 41 years old, I said, nope, I've got the name for it. It's called activating the prey drive. And I trademarked those two words, Inhumans. Now, then I go, I'm going to become the leading indicator I'm going to become the leading authority in the world at activating this drive inside of people. Prey drive, which is their instinct to pursue. And I gave it a name and I gave it a definition and I wrote a book on it called Flip the Switch. Now, why is that important? See, today, this is what I was making. If you ever hear Sullivan talk about 10 times, I was making $2,500 a month for 80, okay, 80 hours. Today, over here at B, okay, we're charging $30K for the same hour when I speak. 25 to 30K when I speak. That's 10 times that amount right there. Okay. So when I speak, what is this week? Next Thursday in Texas, this is what they're paying me for that 1 hour. Okay. Now, where did that come from? Okay. Where did that come from? It came from this revelation that you are having about your primary skill set. Okay. So let's drill down in that. I started asking myself, what are they paying me to do? Why did they pay me $5,000 for an hour? It really was to motivate their people. Can they not motivate their people? Well, they don't have the skill set of a coach. So what I was really doing was activating this prey drive. Now, how relevant is prey drive today in the marketplace? Because people need this because they've lost it. See, next Thursday, I'm speaking to a mortgage company, 600 mortgage reps. They bought 600 copies of the book. And they said, we're hiring you for one reason, to reactivate these people's prey drive because they lost it over the last 2 years because of this market. Okay. If I ask you and I said, I'm going to pay you $30,000 for 1 hour, what am I paying for? What is that skill? What outcome? So let's keep going back to the fundamental relationship. Here's your skill. Here's their problem. Remember that? Okay, go back to Dr. Kirk. What problem do those oral surgeons have? And what skill does he have that they would pay whatever amount, $30K for 1 hour of his time or 1 day with him? Or maybe it's not $30K. Maybe they bring him in at $300K. And he works with them for 1 year to take their business to $3 million of revenue. See, that's primary skill. See, if he says, I'm the #1 oral surgeon in the world at this, I'm packaging this intellectual property. I'm going to put it into books, audibles, audios, 1-day events, speaking engagements. I'm going to sell it to people. The only reason they would be hiring him is because they think he can multiply their skill set. And there is that force multiplier. Okay. So if we're drilling down right now on the essence of your talent, let's look at what that could be. So here is your talent. Here's the skill. It's something you love doing. It's something that adds energy. It's something that you could be the best at doing. It's something the world rewards you for. It's something that gives you purpose. And guess what? It's something that is a lot of fun. Primary skill. You love doing it. It adds energy. You could be the best in the world at it. It brings you a lot of rewards. We'll talk about that in a second. And it gives you a lot of purpose. And oh yeah, man, it's a lot of fun. It's fun. This is your primary skill. Some people call it unique ability. Some people may refer to it as a talent. Okay. It's your thing. I got a person in Michigan and she says, that's my jam. Okay. Not sure what that means, but that's my jam. Okay. And it's like, that's it. This is my sweet spot. Okay. Primary skill. Now, how does the world reward us? Notice that I said the world rewards you here. What if I told you that the world rewards you in a lot more than just money? What if I told you that the world rewards you in appreciation? And the world rewards you in reputation? And the world rewards you in referrals? And the world rewards you in affirmation? See, I saw once, this is a long time ago, and they used the example of Olivia Newton-John. And you guys may remember Olivia Newton-John. And she said, I give them my music and they give me their love. The artist gives the audience their talent. The audience gives the artist their love. They also give them their what? Money. See, I took my daughter to see Taylor Swift. I'm now officially a Swiftie dad. Okay. And I thought this is going to be cool. I looked at this like a great opportunity to spend time with my daughter, but also wanted to see how Taylor Swift was making $13 million a night. And I go, this will be cool. We're going to get on a plane. We're going to go to Kansas City. We're going to be in a suite. One of my clients had tickets in a suite. They were $3,500 for the suite tickets. And people say, what? What is it worth to see my 10-year-old daughter sit there and sing every song and jump up and down and have a time of her life? And by the way, I had to film every single song. That was my job that night. You ever film 3.5 hours of a concert, folks? Every single song. She's like, Dad, don't miss one song. Like I go to the bathroom. She's like, you can't go to the bathroom. I mean, it's 3.5 hours. She had every single song recorded when we went back. Now, here's the point. I actually underpaid for those tickets. It's worth a whole lot more money to me to see how somebody served 75,000 customers in one night. People that would pay $3, $4, $5, $10, $15, $20,000 to watch a person perform. And they stood up, and it was grown men. I saw 60 and 70-year-old men singing every song, and kids and women and couples. I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And it was this exchange. She gave them, but you know when she started singing songs? When she was 4 or 5 years old. Go back and watch the documentaries. That girl knew she wanted to be a star when she was a kid. What we're seeing is 30 years of her doing something. How does the world reward her? Love, money, recognition, referrals. See, she gives us her talent. We gave her our attention and our money and our appreciation. And I called my wife that night and I said, now I see how she's making $13 million a night. Because 75,000 people showed up to see her sing that night. Then they were going to do it again the next night. Then they're going to do it again the next night. Okay, that is impressive to do that. Now, so for you, I want you thinking right now, what is my primary skill? How do I drill down to the essence of this? See, when Natalie, my wife, came to me, she had the gift of hospitality. She had a skill with people, but she didn't know how to articulate it. And I said, what do you love doing? What are you good at doing? Where is there a need in the world that you can fulfill? What is your conscience telling you you're supposed to be doing? She kept coming back to one thing, hospitality. I think I have the gift of hospitality. I love taking care of people. Okay. How do you make money with your gift of hospitality? Do you want to run a catering business? Do you want to do boot camps and retreats? Do you want to run women's events? Like, what do you want to do? What are you trying to do? And she said, I don't know. I've never done any of those things. And I said, okay, let's try some of these things and see what you like. She started a catering company. She would cook for 3 days. She would make $300 or $400. And she said, there's no money to be made here. She's playing small, but you need to figure that out. Okay, let's mark that off. You don't want to have a catering company. What do you want to do with your talents? What is your B? And it's taken her a while, but now she's doing women's events. Now she's designing our properties around the country. Now she handles all the hospitality. Now, and she loves it, by the way. So this is how you find your primary talent, your primary skill. Now you could go to 5 people, 10 people who know you and say, hey, I'm getting real serious about my skill set. What do you think I'm really good at? And they may go, you're really good at this, you're really good at this, you're really good at this, you're really good at this. Okay, good. Could I have a talent but not know how to make money with it? Yes or no? Could I have a skill and not know how to monetize the skill? Yes. So we find the skill, we package the skill, we market the skill, we monetize the skill. Why does this have to do with what's next? Dr. Kirk is a perfect example. I've been successful over here and I want to go over here. Okay. What's our next move? Packaging your intellectual capital, marketing that intellectual capital, monetizing that intellectual capital. That's our next move. Physical action from the mental creation. Okay. Now you may tell me I want to go over there because I'm tired, I'm burned out, I'm exhausted, I've been doing this for this. I totally get it, man. What if I said tomorrow I want to take all of my intellectual property and put it into courses? Do you know Brad Lee, his team told me one day that I had 228 courses in my Lightspeed platform. 228. Said you have more courses than almost any person who has ever had an online academy. And I go, okay, it's good. Now I need to market those courses. Now I need to monetize those courses. So what if I said, look, I'm selling all of my work and it's $697 for lifetime access to my online courses. You have access to it. And what if 1,000 people bought it? What if I marketed and 1,000 people bought the courses at $697 a person? What if I made 600 grand a year just by selling my intellectual property? Is that possible? Yes or no? The courses are there. So after you create the courses, Annette, now how do I market the courses? Okay, so this is how we move from A to B. So this is why it's very important. If you don't know what your primary skill is, I go, okay, what's your skill? Why are we paying you? What is it? What problem do you solve for us? How can you help us move from A to B? Everybody's trying to do something. Everybody. Once you know what they're trying to do, you build a bridge between your skill set and their future. You are an aspirational partner to their future. No different than Brian Case is an aspirational partner to those doctors to build financial literacy. No different than Forrest is an aspirational partner to those men. And by the way, Forrest, you'll have people that come along that love you one day and don't like you the next day. Just like I do. I can say somebody can take a 1-minute video of me on Facebook. 6 million people have watched my videos in the last 30 days on Facebook. And you should see some of the comments. They don't like my hair. They don't like my wife. They don't like my kids. They say my wife should divorce me because I work all the time. You should see all the stuff that people say. It's crazy. I do not, let me just let you know a secret. I don't read the comments. I've figured out it's not a good use of my time to read the comments. So I just go 6 million people watch your videos. Good. Keep pumping those puppies out. I ain't reading them. Somebody else could read them, and people want to work with me. I got a woman on my team that reaches out to them, not me. Okay? Because I started reading some of the negative comments and it wasn't healthy. I'd have 2,000 positive comments and 5 negative comments, and I'd focus on the negative ones. That is my point to you. You just keep going. We're only looking for the people who are looking for us. Okay? All right. Session. I'm fired up, man. I'm fired up, guys. I'm fired up. John McAllister, I'm just getting better with age, brother. Okay? Now, let's get into some workbook exercises. Number 1, if you had to outline your primary skill set to me right now, what would you tell me it is? Not 7 skills, 1 skill. Okay. And I would probably let you get by with giving me 1 or 2 as we go. Okay. But what is the number 1 primary skill set you have? Number 2, when did you recognize this skill set? For me, 25 years old, Dell Computers. I remember it like it was yesterday. I spoke and the manager said, will you come back? And I went, what? You want me to come back? He said, yes, we love this. Here's your paycheck. More in an hour than I made in a month. Revelation. Number 3 question. How do you utilize your current skill set to solve a problem? How do you utilize this skill set to solve a problem? Okay. Number 4. These are the people who would pay me the most money to solve this problem. Okay. Here's my skill set and here's the problem. Here's the people I love working with. Right back to that fundamental relationship. Right back to that fundamental relationship. Your talent, my problem. Okay. Number 5. What are my unique skills that give me energy? And I like to say highly profitable and highly enjoyable. Highly profitable and highly enjoyable. Okay. I've had to try a lot of things, guys, that I didn't like to go, boy, I'm not doing that again. That seemed like fun until it didn't. Okay. I remember doing a mastermind in Idaho, in the mountains of Idaho, with a door-to-door group. They were sold door to door. And at the end, it's a big house in the middle of nowhere. They said, Coach, we're going to turn all the lights off and play hide and seek. And I said, well, I'm afraid that's where I'm going to check out, guys. That is not part of my agreement to play hide and seek when we're finished. And they were going to do it for fun. And, but I'm like, I'm not doing that. Okay. So made a mental note, probably not doing that one again. And so when you think about this, what is highly enjoyable and highly profitable to you? And this is the workbook exercise. We're going to be working on 5 important questions. And then when we come back, we'll get into crystallizing our calling. Great session right there. All right. We're having fun. We're working on our primary skill. This reminds me of me calling my daughter's principal one day and asking him, who is a friend of mine, is there a course where my daughter's going to learn her talents? Anybody want to guess what he said? Julie, anybody want to guess what he said? We don't have a course on that. Okay. Is my daughter going to learn at some point how to package her skill set and market that skill set? We don't have a course in that. What about having remarkable boldness? Because that's a habit of the top 1%. We don't have a course on that. And I'm like, okay, what do you have courses on at the school? So this is an important thing, because I actually believe our systems are not set up to help you locate your primary skill. Okay, now we were talking about this on the break here at the lodge. Your primary skill can be used inside the company. If you own a company and you are gaining leverage by developing talent within the company, or strategy is your primary skill, or marketing is your primary skill, you can gain leverage internally by using the primary skill. It's not always an external thing where you're selling it business to consumer. It could be internally in the business, right? A lot of times when people bring in a specialist or bring in a CEO, or the CEOs of the company, it's like, this is my skill set. This is how I'm multiplying the company. So just know that that primary skill can be used internally. It can be used externally. I actually believe it can be used in the family. It can be used at church. It can be used coaching your kids' team. It can be used, see, your primary skill or your talent, we can pick it up, we take it over here, we take it over here. So once you know this, it's like, okay, where do I gain the most leverage toward the B by using the skill? Go back to the tiny home community. If I coach those guys in activation of prey drive, sales ability, if that increases their sales, I'm using the primary skill to coach those people internally in a company to get an increased leverage and increased output. Okay. Now, ideally, leverage is the least amount of effort for maximum output, right? That's what a lever is. Okay. I'm going to put the least amount in and get maximum output over here. And that would be ultimate leverage. Okay. So this is how we want you thinking about this. Okay. Now, one more thing. We've got another session, then we'll do breakthroughs, and then we'll move to the VIP portion of this. And the VIP, because you're very important people, will move over to another room and spend an extra hour asking me questions, breaking down concepts, and we'll play pitch and catch during that hour. You still have a chance, if you have not purchased the VIP, to upgrade to the VIP. They're going to post the link right there if you want to upgrade to VIP. It also gets you the recordings. If you want to go back and watch this, refer to it like I do. I go back and process information many times on the weekends. I ride my bike, I go for long walks, I go to the gym, and I process that information. And if you get the VIP, you actually get access to the recordings. You get an extra hour each day with me, so you can still upgrade to VIP if you want to, okay? And I'd love to have you in that 4 to 5 o'clock session today. Now, we're going to finish with a concept called crystallizing your calling. Is there a difference between an occupation, that which occupies your time in which you receive a paycheck? You trade your time and expertise for money. Maybe your heart's involved, maybe it's not involved. How many of you have ever worked in an occupation before? Raise your hand so I could see you. Okay. Now, how many of you feel like you've worked in a vocation, which is your voice or calling in life? What if you could make your vocation your occupation? What if you could see, when I was coaching, making $2,500 a month, I didn't care, to be honest with you. I love the experience. I love coaching the kids. I didn't even think about money. I only started thinking about money when I started the business, and I needed to hit payroll, and I needed to market, and I needed to grow, and I needed to expand. I'm like, man, we need some more money. Okay. I didn't think about it when I was a high school basketball coach. This was my calling. This was my vocation. never got into it for the money, never cared about the money. Then I started the business and I go, okay, I get it. We need money as a tool to grow the business. And if we do big things, we need more money. So when we're crystallizing our calling, we're going to be asking some key questions. And I want to draw this in a circle. Okay. So here's the objective. The objective is to find my voice. This would be from a vocation. Latin for voice or calling in life. Vocation, Latin for voice or calling in life. How do I find my voice? 4 questions. Number 1, what do I absolutely love doing? This is passion. And you tell me, oh man, I love doing this. I absolutely love doing this. Of all the things I could do, of all the things I do in a day, I love this the most. What is that for you? What is that one thing you love doing? Passion means 2 things: irresistible belief, for motive or action. Another definition of passion is to suffer, which means I love doing this so much I'm willing to do it at night and do it in the morning and do it on the weekends. Like, I'm willing to suffer a little bit because I love doing it so I can reach my B goal. Okay. And I was doing a conference not long ago and it was virtual. I was talking about what I was willing to do to reach my goals. Okay. And I made a statement that I didn't like going I didn't like being on a plane or being in hotels and being away from my kids, but I loved the coaching. And I had to get on a plane and sometimes be away from my kids to go meet new people. And I made a statement: you don't need more money, you need more people. And this group that was out there misinterpreted what I said and said, oh, you don't want to come coach us. And I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. How many of you have to suffer through a little bit to go over there to do what you love doing? How many of you, there's something you got to do to get to what you love doing? How many of you believe that? Okay. Take an artist. Do you think an artist likes being on a bus all those hours, traveling from city to city? You think they like staying in hotels all the time? You think they like singing the same songs? No, they don't. But they may love connecting with the audience. They may love singing those songs. They may love the concert experience, but they probably say 4 or 5 things I don't like about having to do this. So the reason I'm telling you this is because it's not like this is a fairy tale. Like, hey, you're going to spend 100% of your time doing 100% of what you love, and there's nothing you got to do that you don't enjoy doing. I do videos every morning, almost every morning. I do a message every morning to my clients. And there are days I say to myself, man, boy, I sure do wish I didn't have to do a video today. But I committed to doing a video because that's part of marketing. And it commits me. So I want you to think about, if you could draw it up, though, and you said, hey, this is what I love doing. Question 1. Question 2. What do I think I could be the best in the world at? What could I be the best in the world at? It's like, oh, you could be the best at this. You could be the best at this. See, right now, we've already got an overlap here. We've got an intersection. You love doing it and you're the best at it. This is skill or talent. So I got a passion and I've got a skill. I've got a passion and I've got a skill. Okay. Now, how do we make money with these 2 things? Because how many of you know people have a passion and a skill, but they can't monetize their skill set? I call those level 10 people stuck at level 4 opportunities. Okay. Now, I wrote in my notes, highly talented Could you take your passion and turn it into a big paycheck? Could you turn your passion into a paycheck? Sounds like a good book title, doesn't it? Could you take your passion and convert it to a paycheck? Could you? I also wrote in my notes, highly talented, yet undercapitalized. How many of you feel like that's you? Level 10 person, stuck at a level 4. Could you be earning $1 million a year and still be highly talented and undercapitalized? See, you may be a $10 million guy or a $20 million woman. See, this is not, it's all relative. Okay. So highly talented, yet undercapitalized means I have a skill and I got a passion, but I haven't figured out where the money is. This is the need. See, now we've got another intersection right here. Okay, so if I put this in red, see that right there? I've got an intersection between love and best at, passion and skill. And now I've got an intersection with a big need. Okay, see, now we've got another intersection right here. You're the best at it and you're solving a problem with it. Now we're getting to the monetization. We're crystallizing our calling. Now we're getting into where we could be the best at and generate the most income. Okay. This is why I believe your purpose actually finds you. You don't find it. See, if you would have asked me 20 years ago, would you be helping people locate their skill and purpose today? I would be like, no, man, I'm going to be motivating people because that's what I started this business doing. Somewhere along the way, I go, man, I really enjoy helping people find their talents. And I really enjoy helping people package those talents. And I really enjoy the monetization and packaging of their talents for monetization. And then the next question over here is, what is your conscience telling you you're supposed to be doing? Okay, now we've got another intersection right here. But if you notice, all 4 of these connect right there. We did a couples retreat. My wife and I do couples retreats at our house in Florida around her book called Living with a Monster, which is how you thrive in partnership when you're married to a real driven person. And we had a couple that missed the first night. We have a dinner and everybody introduces. It's a lot of fun. It's not therapy. We coach through 6 big structures, relaxed setting, a cool environment. We're at the beach and we had a couple miss the first night. And so we called and said, you guys okay? And so we've been fighting the whole way down here. we fought so much we missed the dinner. Okay, we start the next day and they show up 2 hours late. Now we're at our house. We're in our living room. We've got 15 couples. We got 14 other couples there. We're going through exercise and these 2 come in 2 hours late and they're arguing with each other. And the woman looks right at us and says, we're in a lot of trouble. And if we don't get it together at this couples retreat, I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm sitting there going, oh my goodness. Okay. And we say, just calm down and let's work through the exercise and let's see where you're at. We go back the next 2 days. They get on the same page. We do the A to B exercise and they come to us and they say, man, we came down here. We were in so much trouble. We didn't have goals. We didn't know our talents. We've been fighting the whole way down here. And this has really helped our marriage. Now, my wife says to me, we have to do these, or we get to do these, but we got to do them. Because if we could help couples stay together, that'd be an important thing to do. Does everybody see that? That's conscience, meaning, purpose, contribution. Internal voice. I got to use my talents and skills. I don't want to waste my talents and skills. I got to go solve a big problem in the world. At the intersection of these four things is your voice. What you love doing, what you could be the best at doing, where there is a need in the world. Whether you monetize that or not, that's totally up to you. You can run a nonprofit, but you'll need money to run the nonprofit, okay? Where you can make a difference and make some money, and your conscience. Now, this past week, I did a podcast because I'm speaking at a conference coming up for Rockbox. Rockbox is a gym that I go to and box, and they're doing their national conference in Nashville. And I did a podcast in preparation, and the guy said, I just want to thank you. It's so refreshing, Coach, that you talk about monetization as it's not a bad thing. Folks, where there's no money, there's no mission. How many of you guys agree? There's not a day that goes by that I don't get asked to donate money to something. Every day. Facebook messages, Instagram messages. I've got this calls. We need this money. We need to do this. We don't have enough money. We're trying to build this. We're trying to do this. Covey used to say, where there's no profit, there's no mission. Where there's no money, there's no mission, because the mission needs the money. So monetization is the exchange of your talent for a problem in which they pay you in currency, which is just paper. And it's only important because we say it's important. It's only valuable because we say it's valuable. So when you think about this, the goal here with what's next is to design the life around this ability. This is my calling. Okay? So I'm using my skill. Now I'm getting clear. Now I'm using my skill to solve this problem. I'm using this skill to solve this problem. And I sure do love doing this. And it gives me purpose and meaning. Okay? Now, when you work through this formula, if I was on the phone with you talking to you, I would just ask you these questions. What do you love doing? Will, Nick, Cody, John, Timothy, Michael. If you and I were talking, I'd say, man, tell me what you love doing. I'd say it just like this. I'd say, I got a very important question to ask you so I can help you. What are you trying to do? And Brian Charles is going to go, man, I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do this. Okay. What do you love doing? What are you good at doing? What are you the best at doing? Where is there the biggest need in the world that you could fulfill, that you could monetize? And what are you supposed to be doing? Not what you're doing. What are you supposed to be doing? And he may say, boom, 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 boom. Okay. I may say, then why are you doing this? See, my wife said, I'm supposed to be in the hospitality business. I'm supposed to be doing this. I'm great at cooking. And I said, then why are you selling cell phones at Verizon? Which is what she was doing when she came to my workshop. She wasn't my wife then. She was a workshop member. Okay. I said, then why, help me to understand why you're doing this. She said, I don't know what else I'm supposed to be doing. I said, well, you just told me you loved hospitality. You just told me you told me you had a talent in cooking. You could cook without recipes. You told me you actually loved helping people with hospitality. Help me to understand why you're doing this. Now, here's what's funny. Erin Siegel, she was the #1 salesperson at Verizon. So the manager said, you're really good. Why was she good? Because she had the gift of hospitality. So all the customers wanted to go see her. I went to see her because she was really pretty. Okay. So I would just say, hey, my phone's not working. I got to go down to Verizon and see this. Hey, can you check my phone? And she said, your phone has got what we call a ID10 error. And I said, many years later, she told me that was what's called an idiot error. Now, so when you think about it, the point here is she had a gift, she had skill set, she had a passion. What she did not have was a distribution channel for her talents. Okay. And I said, man, we got to get clear in this relationship between your skill and a problem you want to solve. Okay. You got a talent and somebody's got a problem. Now let's keep digging in here. She read a book called This Ain't No Practice Life, which is a book I wrote many years ago. The new version of that is probably Everybody Needs a Coach in Life, and then flip the switch. And she goes, I get it. I understand now exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Now, when we do this exercise right here, you may have never been asked these questions, okay? Where somebody just kind of pins you down and said, let's do the deep work here. And at the end of that, imagine me asking you, then why are you doing this? You may say, I really like being creative and I like outdoors and I like this and I like doing this. I love doing this. And I love helping these people. I may say to you, then why are you doing what you're doing? Because that is not in alignment with your B. Your B is I'm doing this. Your A is what you're currently doing. Now help me to understand as your coach why you're doing these things when it's not highly enjoyable and it's not highly profitable and it's not working the way you want it to work. Okay. And that's the power of being in these coaching sessions. Like, what are you doing here? Okay. Here is the exercises. Okay. Number one, what do you love doing? This is passion. Irresistible belief or motive or action, willingness to suffer for something in the future. Okay. Number two, what are you absolutely the best at doing? It's your brilliance. It's your genius area. It's like, this is it. You are really good right here. Number three, what problem do you want to solve? Now, notice the wording here. That fascinates you and motivates you. What problem do you have that both fascinates and motivates? It's a big one. Now, let me use an example right here. Johnny Chandler and Angelo and Jane and Daniel. When I sat down with my agent to write the new book, I gave him a list of 10 books that I wanted to write. And I said, these are all big problems. Packaging your purpose is a big problem. Finding your purpose is a big problem. Habits of the top, going pro is a big problem. And I said, what problem do I want to solve? I'm going to be talking about this book for 1 to 3 years. It's going to determine the coaching programs I create, the boot camps I have. It's going to determine what I coach people on or what I don't coach people on. And I said, let's start with the problem that I am fascinated and motivated by. And I kept coming back to this same thing. How do I help people find their primary skills and the problem they want to solve? Now, what do I call it? What do I call this book? Okay. Then we write it. We actually don't write it first. We write the kind of the marketing collateral for it. Then we submit it to publishers. Then they hopefully pay in advance. Then I write the book. Then I build the coaching programs around the book. But I start with the end in mind and I work backward. Okay, when people read this book, what are they going to do? What do I want these people to do? Do I want them to come to the lodge? Do I want to do boot camps? Do I want to do cruises? Do I want to do whatever? And then I work backward from that. But I start with this question. What problem both fascinates and motivates me that I could think about every day, that I would study, that I would read books on, that I would hire coaches for? That is what you need to be thinking, because curiosity leads to passion, and passion can lead to purpose, and purpose can lead to exchange of talent for problems. That's how we need to be thinking. Okay. So let's take some time here. What do we got? 5 minutes, Caleb? 10 minutes. This is a big one. We got 10 minutes here. We're going to work through the exercise. Oh, I'm sorry. There's 3 more questions, but we loaded this one up. Question number 4. What is your conscience telling you that you're supposed to be doing? Remember, we're doing the couples retreats because my wife said we have to do this. We did a success school here. We brought 50 kids to the lodge and we coached those kids on the habits of the top 1%. I was coaching at the end. I looked in the back and my wife was bawling behind all the kids. And I went home that night and I said, I noticed you were crying when we were doing that at the end, when I was talking to the kids. Why is? She said, if I would have had a coach like you when I was that age, there's no telling where my life would have been. And she said, we have to do success school for kids. That's conscience. Everybody see that? We have to do this. We cannot not do this. Okay. So that's why I want you thinking there. There's something you're supposed to be doing that you may not be doing. Number 5, after going through the questions, what am I really supposed to be doing? What am I really supposed to be doing? And then number 6, what are the top 3 big moments for you from today's boot camp on what's next? These are big questions, big philosophical questions, big actions. But hopefully, my hope is over these 2 days, I'm opening your mind to the real possibility of what you could really do if we just dial this in and did the deep work. Okay? 10 minutes, 6 questions. We come back, we'll do the top breakthroughs from the day. Let's take off. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Man, we're having fun today. We're only going to go about 6 or 7 more hours. Okay. Is that okay with everybody? I thought this was a 14-hour seminar today. Okay. Tony Robbins doesn't have anything on us. Okay. We're just getting started, folks. We're going to be doing trust dives off the top of the roof, off the lodge here. Aaron, I'm signing you up first, Aaron Siegel, to do trust dives off the top of the lodge. And we're really going to see how we can go to this next level. Okay. Julie said it's church night. All right. Here's what we're doing. We're going to call on some people for some breakthroughs for today. And, this has been a big day. I feel like it's been a great day. So number one, I want to thank you for showing up. We've had an incredibly high retention rate for today of staying on and staying focused. 1 day is good. 2 days is better. Okay. Being coached over a cycle time will change your life. For those of you that are in my coaching programs, this is why you hear me say the book opens the mind. The virtual opens the mind. The coaching changes the life. The coaching changes the life. Okay. So I want to thank you for the retention for today, but also I want to tell you tomorrow's going to be a great day. We're going to keep going through some big concepts. And then I will make an invitation for people who would like to join the What's Next Mastermind. Some of our What's Next members will be here tomorrow. Actually, Dr. Kirk is in that group. I'm trying to look at all the other members who are on here. Lisa Galloway is in the What's Next group who's on here today. Rob Challenger is in the What's Next Mastermind group already. And tomorrow we're going to be bringing some of these What's Next members up. But I'd love to be your coach and really coach you toward your B and help you get total clarity and get you in a room with some big time achievers. And we're actually starting a very specific group for these, for this mastermind, for the people who are on this mastermind. So, all right, let's take some breakthroughs. Raise your digital hand, bring a good positive attitude. And attitude is a posture of the body represented by physical state, and it's attitudinal and skill. So raise your digital hand and give us some breakthroughs for today. And if you guys want to call some folks up, that would be valuable for me to see who we want to bring up, and they're going to post it in the notes here, everybody that we need to bring up. And we're going to talk about what you got out today, and then we're going to get you out of here and do the VIP. Johnny Chandler. Johnny, what's happening, my man? West Tennessee Bandit. Unmute yourself there, Johnny. I can see you talking, but can't hear you.
Okay, is that good?
There you go.
Background. Okay. I've been through a few of your programs here like this, and I'm so excited this time more than ever. And actually, the biggest thing that I came out of this whole thing was, of course, I've always been saying being more focused, but what I have realized this time is I need to be intentional. The word I've been using for a while, intentional. And if I do that, and I wrote down here somewhere, I was looking for it, every day, but then I was thinking, that's not enough. Every day is not even enough. Every hour or every moment. I don't even know. I don't know if I need to be intentional on what I want to do. And I know what I want to do. I need to be intentional, but I don't know how intentional should it be every hour, every day, definitely more than every day, or every moment. Should it be every moment? I even have a question about that.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. What Johnny said right there, and make sure you type those in the notes when you're typing those in the notes. When you think about it, when he talked about being intentional, and I was looking at my Tuesday. If you looked at my iPad, you can't see this, but it literally shows you from minute to minute what I'm doing. It's got my big A to B, 5:30, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 9, 9:30, 10 to 1:30. Goes all the way up to 8:30 where it says get in bed. At 8:30 it says get in bed. Okay, now let me tell you why. Because it says get up at a certain time, right? Maybe 4:15, maybe 4:30, maybe 5 a.m. So I'm really telling my brain, this is what we're going to create and manifest. We're doing the A to B. We're doing the A to B every day. So one of your exercises tonight is going to be sit down and do A to B. I'm here. And then you're going to turn around and do it again tomorrow. Okay. Victoria said that's a light schedule. Now, when you see it, I do A to B every day. I may draw it on I may take this notepad right here. And the truth is, I meant to show this to you earlier. This is the notepad that I had when I was in Florida last week, sitting at the ocean. And what I would show you is you'll see a lot of drawing. You'll see a lot of mental mapping. You'll see a lot of creating. Okay. You'll see a lot of this is exactly what I want to do. Okay. So if you saw this, you would see me doing these exercises that I'm coaching you to do through mental mapping. And I'm actually literally telling my brain, boom. Okay. Boom. This is exactly what I'm doing. Okay. This is how I'm moving toward A to B. Okay. I'm reading some of the comments. Great. Man, you've been a strategic coach for 25 years. Thank you for that compliment. A better job on unique ability. Thank you. That's a big compliment right there too, Brian. Thank you very much for that, because I'm a big fan of that concept in exercise. Now, all right. So raise your digital hand. I got some digital hand, folks. Caleb's going to be telling me. Okay. Dominic, make sure I'm saying that